What up, chat? What up? What up? How's everybody doing today? What's everybody doing today? Oh, this is copyright. How the hell does this song play next? This is copyright. My camera's not on. Hold on. Whoops, my bad. There we go. Okay, there we go. My camera unplugged and my mic was unplugged. How's everybody doing today, though? How's everybody doing? How's everybody's day so far? She's a lot more strategic and trap heavy. Is my camera not? This camera work? Please. Oh, there you go. Nice. Nice. Doing time? Oh, did you say you doing time? You said doing fine. Oh my god. I'm like, what? You locked up? Excuse me? How you watching my stream while locked up? I was about to say, like, hey, yo. That's a new one. I ain't never seen that before. My shaders are compiling. Let me put this away. Add some sushi. There's some crab. What is in this thing? Nice little sushi. I haven't had sushi in a long time. Spicy crab and shrimp. Called a hurricane roll. Something like that. Pretty fire. But yeah, let me put this away real quick. Yo, Mug, thanks for the 4. Wait, no, that's 8. Right there, wrong. It's 4-month streak. Appreciate it, man.
It's time to feed the blade.
This is the last one. Ketsuga. Terrorist.
Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go. I need to start up the TikTok stream. License name, nope. Start up this TikTok. Talk of the TikTok. My computer load detected? Yeah, bro. Optimize your shit. What's up, Gospel? How you doing? No sound detected. Check your audio settings. Excuse me? There we go. Want some no sound detected? Excuse me. That was the other day. Thanks for taking over my shift. Oh wait, you raided. Oh, I appreciate the raid. And Kyo, thanks for the follow. I was literally AFK, I didn't see it. Appreciate it. I'm happy I'm not the only one having issues with TikTok when it comes to streaming on it. Because Flash just had an issue as well. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Where's this? Look at this. He said, that's what he said. I think streaming on TikTok might be over for me. The platform is so ass. It's so ass to use. It's always some BS. I was streaming 60 seconds and yelling at teammate the NPC and got banned for bullying. TikTok is a great tool for discoverability, but good lord is ass to stream on. That's facts. Let me see this. Live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Harassment and bullying. Yo, they shot his ass. He got his ass out of there. That's crazy. They got his ass out of there, bro. Wait, there's a second screenshot. Is there? What does that thing say? He can't stream till June 17th. That's the same thing that happened to me. It's the same thing that happened to me. I'm crying. He had the same issue that happened to me. The same exact thing happened to me, bro. And I went into the Discord, I reported it, bro. I have yet to get a response. They told me submit a ticket. I put a ticket and I still get a response yet. I'm just waiting. The same exact thing happened to me. The same thing happened to me, bro. I just wait my time out like a good boy for something I didn't even do. It's actually so ridiculous, by the way. But whatever, I suppose. The same exact thing happened to me. Actually so ridiculous. All right, where's my game audio? There we go. One with a little quick play. Substitute. GG, we lost.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right, my bad. TikTok is great for clips. Yeah, TikTok is great for clips and it's really good for exposure. But the only issue with TikTok is that you can get banned on there so easily for something you ain't even do. You can be chilling, having just a normal stream, just relaxing, and then they'll just shoot your stream just for hate speech or something. And you didn't even curse or nothing. They just shot it just to shoot it. And then it's like, oh wow, okay. I mean, I could curse less. It's not me cursing or anything because the clip I got banned for, I wasn't even cursing. I can go a whole stream without cursing. I can do this stream without cursing. See what happens, but it's not gonna change anything. Because sometimes the automation, since it's AI, it'll think you said something that you actually didn't. And I know it does that because when I had the bleep thing on, it was bleeping my curse words when they weren't curse words. They just sounded like curse words. Okay, I can't get up there, bro. This is just. Like, if you say what the frick, it'll think you're saying fuck, and then it'll just shoot your shit or bleep it or whatever. What the hell? She altered. Nice. I don't know why she ulted. Yeah, she ulted alone. That's kind of weird. They packed up flats. Yeah, they shot him. They got him out of there. They said they don't want this guy on our TikTok. They said get this guy off of TikTok, bro. We don't like him here. I'm not fighting you. And now I fight you. Oh wait, nope. Gotta get the snow bunnies first. Gotta get the snow bunnies first. Go on out of the rebels. I want miles, bro. Give me miles. I want miles, bro.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
He better be a duelist too. I don't want no strategist mouse. Could all, but I don't need to.
Next time.
Adidas suit for Miles. Adidas suit. You seen that Virgil mod for Blade? I don't use mods. I'm a Marvel partner. I wouldn't do that. I'm a Marvel partner. It was against this game's TOS to use mods. Spider-Man 2 outfit, which one?
I love my job.
Yo, what's up, Beast? I appreciate that, dude. Thank you.
Before you attack, get ready.
He said you are not Infernasu, bro.
After effects from the experiments that Alchemax performed on you?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Why?
You were right. The real one would be playing comp.
Exposure to high doses of unusual energies can often have unexpected effects.
Of course.
The collab one. Oh, hell no. I had to think what you were talking about for a second. Oh, hell no. The one with the shoes? Oh, hell no.
Got it?
I actually ruined that game, bro. I forgot they did that dumb shit, bro. Just for because of the collab. They at the end, his suit at the end of the game, in the final battle, they gave him like some Adidas collab shoes and like some high top comb over dreads or something. That shit was so ass, bro. I forgot they did that. What the hell? How is this playing? Undertale's on this playlist? I don't even remember adding this.
Capture the mission area.
I know you're reading these chats. Please. What are you talking about? Please what? You didn't say that.
As good as new.
I just switched my crosshair. Where's my yellow one at? Where's my yellow one? God, this slow is heavy. Slow is heavy. That's the default. That's the default you wanted? No, bro. I don't know. That whack ass cut.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, she missed her snowball. What did that much damage? The corner of the afro? Yeah, but went straight to me, ulted me and all. Like, was it worth it?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Trophies. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
God, this one sucks, man. Any more Blade players? That we do. Music probably loud as hell. I gotta lower it. Now she finally got a snowball on me. Wow, he has 0 HP. You know, YouTube Gamer Music, this isn't copyright. It's the non-copyright playlist.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
My next question, thoughts on VV? I don't play Roblox anymore. I have no thoughts on that because I don't know what the game is. Yeah, thoughts on something. I don't know what it is. I never played that game a day in my life. I haven't played Roblox in like 7 months or 6. You will get better at Cyclops. Keep it up. Wait, what happened? Just quick play. I thought that guy was actually like roasting that guy. It's quick play. Damn, we roasting people in quick play? Damn. That's kind of like fucked up. Fans playing. Shim 1. Oh, rank time. Let's go. Quick play be that serious? Do it. Driving in my car right after a beer. What if it's a deer? Wait, what? Quick play is that serious? It shouldn't be though. It's quick play, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's quick play, bro. That's how we get done.
I'll fight to end the darkness that
It's quick
spawned
play,
me.
bro.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Someone called me the. Oh wow, that's ridiculous. Someone to say I love your streams and almost never have time to tune into live streams. Glad I can make it to this one though. I appreciate that, dude. That's why it's essential to upload videos. People that can't tap into the streams, you know. Please ban Gambit. Please, please, please ban Gambit. Please. Please, bro. Never let Gambit through, bro. Ever, bro. Do not let that guy through, bro.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Jeez, bro. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Give me the summer Psylocke skin. With what money? I'm poor. With what money? Iron Disc Slander. Iron Disc Slander is crazy.
I'm not gonna catch.
Iron Disc Slander is crazy.
I don't want to tank.
Who should I duo with today? Let's see if I can get a duo. Oh yeah, the slam is tomorrow for 2x. Robin. It's tomorrow. That's pretty cool. Might watch some of that.
Before you attack, get ready.
It must be hard fighting to protect a world that hates.
Then bro just won 100k 20. That was not me, bro. That wasn't me, bro.
How so?
We haven't gotten paid for that. What? I don't know when we're getting paid for that. I told you guys when you win content creator 20s, unless it's like a Twitch Rivals, even if it is Twitch Rivals, you don't get paid for that until like at least 2+ months or 3 or 4. If it's Twitch Rivals, that goes directly to Twitch Pay, so that'll be quicker than others. But the other ones, you gotta do like, you have to fill out like a bunch of payment info and stuff. Oh, I almost died.
I could use this.
Is this the placing back in the shop? I think it's always in the shop. I don't think they ever take it away. Okay, I mean, I guess. I thought pros live off 20 money. That's why they practice. Not all pros. Oh hell no. Not all pro. You gotta win too. They will drop your ass. You know how many teams switch like every season? Can I get a heal? What the fuck is this?
Behold the god of thunder!
Juicy J, thanks for the 200. Yuki, thanks for the 225. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys.
Someone clip this!
Man, you guys can actually get the 365. That's just ridiculous. That you had a chance you get the 365.
That's 3.
Next time, put up a fight.
Thinking about that is just crazy. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, imagine getting dropped. It happens all the time. People get dropped from their teams all the time. It's rare that teams play one season and then they play the next season with the same exact people. It's like 1 or 2 people, at least like 2 or 3 get switched. Or if they're not getting dropped, they're subbed. They're lowered to sub. Yeah, you messed up.
Never stood a chance.
Like you're playing a support. Like I don't know what you're doing.
God, dude.
Bro playing support pool like he's a DPS or something.
Rocco still has a chance.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
She terracate me. If she didn't terracate me, I would have actually survived that. The professional gaming is all, I'll tell you.
The hunt's not over yet.
Phase clan. But they still have teams. The content creator division ended. Not the pro stuff, I think. I don't. It's not even called Phase. I forgot what their pro scenes title is. Isn't it like Dallas Phase or some shit? It's not titled the same. I know that for sure.
Next time.
Oh, this Iron Fist is on me.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Yeah, Zol plays the music from the movie, yeah.
Abo, the hunt is on.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Slice and dice.
Yeah, the content creator stuff is fucked, man.
As good as new.
Why'd you go to me? I'm not a support. These guys are weird.
Open season.
Cyclops is 19 too. Guy's popping off. Character is so strong, man. Blade versus Blade. This is not. He's 3 and 7. This is not a Blade versus Blade. This is a one-sided battle.
Silver bullet.
Like I'm pretty sure they stopped trying already. I have all, but I don't have to use it.
So close. This is your big chance.
Blade versus safety scissors. Well, they double support ulti, so that's a game.
I was born ready. A 1,000 cards!
The current score is 3
Thousand cuts.
0. Time to switch
What
things
rank
up.
up is my Blade right now?
Picking which side
When I
you're
got
on.
off yesterday, I was 3. I have no clue what I'm at right now.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned.
I'm 9. I decayed to 9. Why does this guy have 63 games already? What? This is an alt? Well, it's not alt. Oh my god, this guy's just playing Blade every single match. 63 is crazy. The season just started like what, yesterday? He's playing Blade every single match. Holy shit. 63 games is insane. Rank him on, I'm Celestial right now. Ow.
Round 2.
Every slice
Yeah,
of
he's
gold
running it
is
down.
real.
Holy shit. 63 and the season started what, yesterday? I mean, day before yesterday? That's ridiculous. Yeah, he has 63 games in 2 days. What the fuck?
He'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Is that
Stay
accurate?
strong.
Does he actually have 63? That is insane.
The craftsmanship
I'm checking that. What the fuck? Why does he have 63 games already?
Yeah. There are
He's not even
so
playing
fancy
Blade. What?
almost won't
Oh,
continue
here it
to
is.
fight. Almost.
Yeah, he ran it down day one.
Another epic victory.
Oh my god, yeah, he was running it down day 1 and 2. Diamond 3, what the fuck? Are you sure this isn't all? Oh, how is he diamond? What the fuck? Folks started diamond, damn. Okay, well that's how he got so high. Well, got so much matches. And he was in diamond and he was just destroying people. Cause I'm like, how is this guy on a win streak that much? Look at this. Yeah, that's the diamond lobbies. What in the hell is this? I mean, obviously got hard. He started losing once he got to GM though. Damn. 63 games is crazy. What's up, Blossom? Heartbeats above you. This guy, Mike, bro. That name is ridiculous. Actually, let me see if Mike is on. Let's see if he wants to play. Is he streaming? See if he just wants to play.
I mean, I guess Dirk can play whatever.
Oh, he's doing scrims. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, hell nah. Yeah, he can't play right now. He's doing scrims. Are Celestial lobbies hard? Yeah. Celestial, what is like top what percent? Hell yeah, Celestial's hard. What was that YouTube chat talking about? What? You don't want them? Blade bites. What the hell? Blade bites is crazy. What are blade bites? What in the? No, I don't want blade bites. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I want blade to bite me. What the fuck? Wait, what am I reading? But that emoji is crazy. Man, freaky.
Where there's a struggle.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to
That was
end
Cyclops
the
or-
darkness that spawned me.
I don't know. I don't know who I want to play. Later, Cyclops. We're gonna do some Psylocke.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, don't ban Double Dino. It's a waste of a ban.
Oh, bad
Ban
Dino.
Star-Lord.
Can I ban
I don't play
Gambit?
Double Dino anymore, and I can counter it.
I'm banning Gambit. Fucked
Gambit's
up.
good too.
Oh, I'm about to say like we just I'm not about to play a game without Gambit banned. It's just not happening, bro. That's just not gonna happen, bro. Like I'm not doing
Grab
that.
the tank and just drop. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
If you're in like diamond, okay, if you're in like
Put who's on, let me see
plat,
if
I
he
can
wants to
probably
play.
help you on any character, right? But if you want like specific, okay, I can help you on Kev. I can maybe help on like Emma, Magneto, Strange, DPS, like the regular hit scans. I can probably help. Nomura, I can probably help you. Support.
Low-key have
I
seen you in Bucky. Ooh.
Pick
Doing
your
a bit.
hero.
Shit, I could
Bucky
be down.
is crazy.
I'm about to do some VOD reviews though. I think it was. Actually, I don't want to promise anything. We kind of decided community day today, so.
Oh, he's doing content stuff. He's about to view in his chat.
UFC watch party.
Look at these 2xKO matches. Look at these 2xKO matches. Everybody's practicing. SK's on Myth's team. Oh, that's gonna be pretty cool to see. Let's play Black Cat. Black Cat. How about no? Top 5 Blade right now? Yesterday night it was. I just got on, so I decayed to number 9.
30 seconds
Last year I stopped at number 3.
Get ready.
I was gonna get rank 1 today, but yeah, I'm gonna have to play more matches.
Your song
I get it,
flows on
though.
my slay list.
Play more matches.
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps. Oh, really gets my blood pumping.
Because everybody else on the leaderboard that's above me is lower ranked to me. The only issue is that wait, I think there's one person that's the same rank as me though.
All you need to
I just need
do
more
is
games.
capture the mission area. Got it?
But if someone plays on alt, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna lose rank 1 easily. Like you can literally inflate your wins easily if you just play on alt. Like if someone does that, then I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna lose it. There's nothing I can really do about that. If someone's grinding from silver all the way to celestial, you're gonna get so much wins so easily.
Watch your turret.
Like you could be gold and be rank 1 with blade compared to like a 1 above all, just because you have like a million matches on the character.
Capture now.
Open season.
Enemy in our sight.
That is so much damage.
Don't bro. You breaking turret? Breaking turret? Or not turret? Fine. You broke him. Someone's above us. Back. On me. Turn around.
Where?
Thank you.
Freeze. The mission area is yours. Here comes trouble.
on the left.
Jesus.
Be your best self.
I got her though, but her entire team is down there for some reason.
I'm gonna ult when I get it here.
Her entire team is down there. I don't know why there's 4 people down there.
Show.
By the eye of Agamotto. Thanks to the shield.
Control off.
Wow.
I'll patch you up. Armored up. That's the good stuff.
I was born.
Rocket Loki takes skill to get good at. Nope.
Shoot at it.
Not really. He's like one of the lowest skill ceilings in the game. The only thing that's like you need to learn is alt placement, but like if you have a brain, you know how to place it properly. That doesn't take like no requirements. Like that's not. It's like the bare minimum I'd expect out of a support player. It's like one of the easiest characters in the game. It's like literal top 5 easiest characters. But what's good is it good at? It's good at use hold right click, use heal bot with that character. You don't even have to click at people. Like the balls slow down your teammates. Obviously, it won't heal as much unless it goes through their body, but like it still heals a lot. Use the hold right click. That character is very good at not dying. So, yeah, you just hide your res beacon, hide your ult, and then yeah, you're good. That's it. It takes like no execution compared to other characters. Compared to other healers, like what? The other rockets are the ones you can't kill while still healing your team. Yeah, but you can also do it on other supports though. And get more value.
By the eye of Agamotto, behold the god of thunder!
Oh, you don't bother touching?
Nowhere yet. Going to
Don't.
I'm opening a portal.
Start right next round. Get ready for next round.
Cleanse this.
Getting ran down. We are indeed getting ran down.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. So
They burned what 3 ults at the end right there.
this is a pog face with Daredevil. It's
30
funny.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Dude, so talented.
How much you want for it?
Not for sale.
What, are you kidding? Everything's for sale.
Pog face with Daredevil. With Cyclops too. It's pretty sick.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
You never heard this song fully before?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We can pull it off. I've been in worse games. Hostiles.
Blade should ult right away.
Be strong together.
Not that fast.
Yeah, no one pushed up on me. I mean, not that
Rockets
fast.
one, rockets one.
There goes 1 HP.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
I am ready to put on a show.
Mission area is
Rockets dead on their side. Hella one. We're up.
Oh, I can't play Blade into this, bro. Holy shit, I'm just getting pushed. Seems like crazy.
Luna's one.
Oh, Cyclops is banned. Play Daredevil.
Alright.
Hell's Kitchen is behind me. On HUD is now my domain.
Superhero in the comics? Supergirl.
I can hear them getting closer. Turret's blown. I'm infantry again.
That one hurts. I like the cold.
Yeah, hell is just shredding me.
This feels empty.
What the fuck did I just drop? That was loud as hell.
I am ready to.
My mouse hit my remote. That thing was loud when it dropped too.
Can we run a cloak, please?
control lost.
So we can drop bubbles on each other.
On the hunt.
Lock in, Sonya? Lock in. I mean, lock in. This hella is having the game of her life. Every time I dive in or do anything, I'm just getting shot at by Ola. I have to literally kill her.
I see you.
She can use her bird. I gotta get her bird cooldown first. I could kill her.
Keep an eye on this one.
I'm doing this my way.
Luna's behind the car.
Bro, see? This hella is just shredding me.
Luna.
Oh, great. I got to Oh, wow, okay.
You play rocket. TP. We have ults. TP. We have ults.
I'm opening up.
Undiveable backline. It's just the hella. I have to kill the hella.
Can you not play cloak, bro?
You're on Scar, bro, telling me to play over here.
Yeah,
I want you to shut up.
I'm out here doing something.
I know, I want you to
I
shut up.
died instantly when I came in. Actually, an undiveable backline. Oh, did I shoot random? Bro, that was like ages ago, bro. What?
Walks out and dies every time.
Who?
You, dumbass.
I was last alive. How did I just hop in and die when I was last alive? Maybe you're the problem, bro.
I'm
You
the
gotta
problem.
let's look at your
I
gameplay.
surely
Let's
am
go
the
see your
problem.
gameplay.
I surely.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Damn. That was unfun. I literally couldn't dive. That was a horrible game. I couldn't do anything. I was just getting shot at by Ella. Can't solo dive there. I have to just go poke. I mean, we were all having a bad game, but I mean, of course, they're gonna focus on me. Whatever. Watched in ages, that's for sure. Because I asked about something that's way long ago. That's about something that's way long ago. Are you getting a summer punny skin? I already got it. I got that ages ago. Like day one when the update dropped. I haven't been using it though since I've been playing Cyclops though.
Which hero?
So I don't have a reason to play
Victory is in my
Punisher if I can just play Cyclops. And they both do damn near the same thing. I only get on Punisher when I need like something for group walls. These are group walls when I play them.
Now,
Oh yeah, 5 duelist players, okay. We got a female summer skin. Well, we don't play none of them. Every female summer skin. There's no other. Oh, he's not like Invis or like. I'll get the cloak one, so I play cloaks occasionally. I bought the Invis one because it was in a bundle with the Punisher one. I want the Johnny one, but like that one is like in the battle pass. I'm not spending money just to get that. Emma, that one's not out yet. I'll buy it. I'm like a couple matches off of Lord Emma. What do we gotta ban? What do we gotta ban? Wanna ban White Fox? I don't really care about White Fox, but sure we can ban it. Day one of the slam kicks off tomorrow. Oh, they got a promo video. Who's screaming like that?
Okay, it's time.
Is that Fumi? Who the hell was screaming like that?
Is that over yet? Is that over yet? Give me this chip!
What's up, Rack?
Let's go!
Oh my lordy.
Alright, back.
Nice.
Watch the boom. Oh, Myth?
I think if you have
The Zon Time Winders? Wait, that's the team name? Shadow Hour Specters, the Noxus Commanders, Zon Time Winders. What's the last team's name?
Hey, the
Vandal
most I can
City
play is Rocket,
Scouts.
so if any of y'all can play
That's
healers,
funny.
go ahead and play healers so I can tank.
The Vandal City Scouts. Is that Kitsuki? What's the... Wait, you're awake still? Yo, Kitsuki, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. I didn't know you were still awake. What the? Are you in Europe? I didn't know you streamed this late. That is surprising to me. Appreciate the raid, Kitsuki. Hope you had a good stream. Usually, like, I'm waking up and then you're ending. I'm broken. What the? Usually when I wake up, you're ending stream. Or when you were getting off because you were doing your second on. Hope that went well too. I appreciate the raid. Oh, I'm dead. Yo, RK, thanks for the follow. How you liking Cyclops? I like him a lot. I like him. He's really fun. I think he's broken though.
I don't give up quite that force boost.
But the only thing I don't know, like his base kit is really strong, but his ult is like very hit or miss. Like, you can miss his ult very easily. You can miss his ult like very easily. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. So we got a shout out for Kitsuki. I realized my phone. No, you're good. Yeah, that guy died in his ult. That's unfortunate. Oh man. That sucks. Chubby chubs. That's cool. I recommend the raid. Oh, I recommended the raid? Oh, what we said last time I visited? Oh, I appreciate it. And my setup is probably going to change soon though. My setup's not bad, my room's kind of small. When I move, my setup will be a lot better. I want to have like shelves in the back with like art and stuff. Cause like I have a lot of fan art and stuff. I don't want to like print it out, like put it on the walls and stuff, or hang it up. Wow, I can't 1v2 here. Good luck with your games, like 640 here. We're looking for a while. Oh, I appreciate that. Hope you guys have a good night. If you can't forget to stream. Well, you guys are probably like different time zone for sure. So hope you guys have a good night.
Auto queue DPS when we can't get a pick, right?
What the?
Play your actual roles, please.
Can I get a heal? Jesus Christ. He's getting obliterated. I have ult, but like, oh my god, my team just keeps dying. Wow. Yeah, I'm not ulting now yet. Are we portaling or what? Oh, we only have one healer now. Why is no one bum rushing the guys on off angle? I'm trying to hold them, but there's two of them on off angle. It's not just one, so. The Black Ops ult low-key not even that good. It's like hit or miss. It does a lot of damage, but like it's very easy to miss. Yeah, we're cooked. We are cooked, I fear.
Yo, good shit, bro. I'm happy you're having fun on the new character.
Why is he saying this like it's just me?
0, 2.
It's like Blade Out. Yeah, it's like Blade Out, but worse.
Including which side you're
Why is he saying this like we're all not having a bad game?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Good for destroying shield tank. Okay, but the thing is that you could block the first hit, because I think the first hit, the one that goes on the floor, is initially the one that destroys shields. But like if you eat the first hit and then block the second hit with your shield, I think it'll just like go through it. Like here, let me see if I can show you a clip.
Round 2.
I found it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, look at this clip. Look at this. Like you eat the first hit, and then you put your shield up, and C won't kill.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Like even Invis can survive it.
Bro. Auto lock DPS.
Because I think the second one is the.
Shit is crazy.
This guy won't shut up. The second one is the one that blocks the hit. Like Rogue can do it too.
Afraid. Not me.
Same thing with Strange.
Build a rifle with that kind of force. I'm gonna be the first in line to buy one.
Battle starts in
That's a
5,
GG. Yeah.
4, 3.
To that and this match, looks over.
You have to stop them from securing the
This match is all
area.
over. I don't know if we even pushed it anyway. We had to punish it with Kobe Wolves. They
got dove.
Nice little boost. That'll be away again.
Final score 0-2.
Yo, Batman, thanks for the 7. I appreciate it, man. It was doomed from the start. Yeah, the match was hella doomed. Support while until I got off. We had 1 healer. Bro, our tank had 0 finals anyway. It's whatever. It doesn't even matter. Like the entire team was having a bad game. He was trying to blame me on Cyclops. You think Cyclops is balanced? I think his base kit is really, really, really good, but his ult is kind of like bad. But if you're landing his ult, you have probably the best DPS in the game. But his ult is just very easy to miss. But like, I don't know, if you have a team that like stuns them or something, you can secure it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Wait, did you guys run the shadow for Kitsuki? I'll just do it again. Oh wait, someone did. Okay, nice.
Victory is in my sight.
By the way, we also have a spider
Who am
play.
I gonna banish from this match?
Next month is 4 years. Wait, what? 47. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. It's 48. 36, 48. I thought that's what, 60? Blade bit Supergirl in the crossover comics and it healed her. What? Crossover comics with Supergirl? What in the what? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, that Supergirl movie's not out yet, huh? Comes out like later this month. Wonder if that movie's gonna be good. Hope it is, but I don't know. Doubt it. Sheesh, gonna see the new Spider-Man movie? Yeah. It's not for a while though. I'm gonna definitely go see it though. I've seen all of them. The Tom Holland ones. I've seen all of them except this new one since it's not out yet, of course. I might rewatch them actually. Those are good, especially the last one, No Way Home. Or was it Far From Home? I don't remember which one. Always mix them up because they all sound similar. It's next month. What buffs do you think Blade needs? His ult. I feel like if they want to keep, because he has to have some sort of downside. You can't just have me good at everything. His gun could stay like that, sure, but like his ult, I think his ult needs to do bleed, because I mean, I don't know, 1,000 cuts, and make it a little bit bigger, and I think we're good.
Before you attack, get ready.
And it needs to be good bleed, not like the type where not like the dinos. The dinos bleed and do a lot of damage unless you're a tank, because his did % damage. So like if you were squishy, the damage was not really high. I mean, I guess, but you're not really like ulting tanks. That's why I say you should just do like some good bleed damage, because you're gonna walk out of it. Like people are gonna walk out of Blade's ult. They do it all the time. But at least if it did good bleed, it wouldn't be that bad. Yo, Wheels, thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the boost.
That's enough.
Okay, I'm not getting healed.
That should make a difference.
my fucking goodness.
Still in the sports. Damn, we have one tank.
Got her. I'm surprised she didn't walk out of that. It didn't look like I was gonna hit. Chip Kirby.
No, I got down at support actually.
Give down to his beam knockdown back? Nah. You don't need that, bro.
We're just getting shit
Yeah.
on.
He needs to have some sort of downside, bro. He can't have that.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm getting 0 heals.
Heal me up, please.
I am ready to put on a show. Hits the ground.
Healer. Fuck. Got me double.
Oh no, that's not good. That could have been really bad. That was gonna kill me.
Maximum impact.
I think that's around. Man, these games suck.
Alright. Healers, what role do you play? Because it's clearly not heals. We gotta switch some things up.
These games are horrible. You can just shift like your F.
Like,
beam to hover. I know that already.
Yo, just go support.
Do you
How do you
want
have
to play
Valorant
tank?
gift you 440?
Is that what you play?
How do you have 540 subs gifted to your own
Yeah.
channel? That's because
Okay, good.
I
I
gift
wanna
into
get
my
you on
chat.
a
I gift to my
play.
chat a lot. The Valorant ones is from when
Yeah, you're gonna show it at.
they did bonus rounds. There was a thing where for every 5 gifted, they would add a random extra
You,
amount.
no, it's okay. You can go back.
How the match is going horrible. Yo,
I'll play
XY, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Is there any characters in Marvel you think they should add to Rivals? Temporary character or permanent? I mean temporary. Why would anyone be temporary? I mean, if they add it to the game, it would be in the game permanently, no? Why would they add? They wouldn't add a character temporary. That'd be stupid. I want Miles. I don't want Ghost Rider.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If Miles drops needs a duelist, I'd actually main. Be one of my mains. But I don't think we're gonna get Miles to the movie, to the Spider-Verse movie.
Don't drop me on.
But down is this, down is this. Stay down through it.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Here's Starlight.
Mission area is yours.
Just because he's a black Spider-Man,
I suck.
they might not have the rights to Miles, but that doesn't make any sense. It's literally Marvel. They literally have the Marvel license. It's a Marvel IP game. That's like saying fighters can't have Vegeta.
They're down to the. So who's in the background? Well, okay, they're down to nice.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm on Mag. He's in the back.
They have the rights to every Marvel character.
Sorry, I couldn't see Venom. He walled.
That should make a difference.
Black. He's more like a black. He's not just a black version of Spider-Man, bro. He's more than that. Fights completely differently. His moveset's completely different. The thing they have in common is they swing, the web swing. That's it.
You're gonna have to come back up the wall. You're also walled. My ult is first. Stop and back.
They're down two, they're down two.
Dollar lock.
Keep going.
Get over. Out and die top. Back on you.
Nice.
Nice, this is so much better.
He has Venom, Invis. He has lightning as well. They don't fight the same. That sucks. Electricity. But they don't fight the same. That's like saying Toby Maguire fights the same as Tom Holland. They don't fight the same. Like what? They don't fight the same, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. They're completely different people. That's like saying this Iron Fist fights the same as the other Iron Fist. They don't fight the same. They're different people.
Build up your old Spider-Man with that.
They wouldn't have made a separate version of these characters if they were gonna fight the exact same.
Yeah, their buff is insane.
Yeah, so but
next somebody here, what? Batman fights the same as Nightwing? Like what? They don't fight the same.
Get this first. We did not need that, by the way. Don't look too up.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, because there wouldn't be this much different variants of Spider-Man if they were all gonna fight the same.
Luna's gonna try to touch. You might have.
They wouldn't have made these characters if they were gonna fight the same. Penny doesn't fight the same as Peter Parker. They use different shit. They fight differently. They're just web swingers, though.
Yeah, you're completely.
What?
No, I should have said something. That's on me.
Yeah, he probably won't be DPS. He might be healer.
like-
That'd be stupid as shit, but whatever.
Yeah, play whatever, bro.
I don't want him to be
Yeah,
healer,
I
but there's a
was trying
chance
to
he's gonna be a
go
healer.
as well.
Since there's no web swinger that's a healer yet.
Yeah, he's doing great.
And since he can like
I
what revive
appreciate you
people and
trying
stuff with his bioelectricity and all that.
I know. How do we keep ending up in these situations?
That's like saying Carnage fights the same as Venom. They don't even fight the same.
Do you like French baguettes?
I do. They're really good.
I know, bro. I haven't had one forever.
The battle starts in 5,
So good.
4,
Alright, are we locked? You guys fight the ult.
1.
Alright,
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
There's Spider-Man who uses poison.
That's.
Not sure those hack job negabeds would have worked otherwise.
There's Spidey, you're gonna want to get it
Or
quick.
is-
Because I'm gonna hold back on. Like, with you.
You're gonna ult back with your 33% ult charge?
In my clan in 3, 2, 1.
You know what?
Mission area is yours to capture now.
Yeah, Spidey got like.
Damn, how'd you fall off the map, by the way?
He got. He tried to simple swing.
Did that guy fall off the map?
Or like simple swing didn't work. Whatever.
Alright.
Ready to attack.
We gotta win.
Oh,
Yes,
come
that's
on.
Just stop. Like, get as much percent as we can, even if we lose the team. Unfortunate. Oh, wait. Never mind.
Bro, this fucking Bucky, bro. Leave me the fuck alone.
Fuck them.
It's a good rocket right here. Good old placements.
I'm still warming up.
You were like Ghost Rider first, more mutants, or we need more villains.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Wait. People are tired of mutants. I'm not gonna lie. I've heard people complaining. There's too much mutants in this game now. Because there's other shit they could add from.
You wall.
Thanks for the boost.
Fall back, we don't have anything. We may just cut our losses here. We can stay on point here. I don't want that. Cool, pull back. Alright, dagger.
I almost one-shot him, but he headshot me, bro. I was gonna one-combo him.
Been kidnapped. Okay, regroup. Venom, fall back a little bit. You don't know if that goes out.
So use a shift to get out. Sometimes a shift. Shift, beam.
I've run a Luna, do you? Damage boost.
I'm about to back line. 3, 2.
God damn it, bro. Stupid characters. Oh,
Yeah, they're down 3, but we're down low.
We're down to
That's 3. Their team's captured.
I don't know why Rocket just stood there. He could have lasered him.
Luna, can we walk this with your ult? Walk it. I'm almost got ult. Dude, this one is silver.
That sucks. Oh my god, he instantly
died.
It sucks sometimes, man.
Alright, I'm portaling. One of you guys is gonna have to do heals.
They voted my ult, so
We can't TP.
we can't TP, bro.
It doesn't matter.
This game's over.
Go through. Get through.
I missed anyway.
Good try. GG's.
I can't win a game today.
GG,
Unfortunate.
Have a good day, man.
Well, you can't expect.
There's a deer angry there. Oh, that's not good. Where's Drax and Gamora? Drax and Gamora. You want more Guardians of the Galaxies? Want more Guardians? I want this season to fly by. Oh, you don't like this season? I don't mind this season. Could be worse. Not really. Damn. I don't mind it. His name is Overwatch 2.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't play Sidewalk. I haven't played Sidewalk in a while.
My mind is sharper.
At least they're not fighting or blaming. Yeah. See, I don't mind losing. I don't feel like hearing team argue though. That's
Now,
bruh.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Actually, Thanos a little in terms of movies. Strength, the movies nerfed him. Drax. Look up Drax. Drax. Oh, this guy? He don't look strong, I'll tell you that. What does he do? What the fuck? What does he even do? He fights. What the hell does this guy do? This guy looks so lame. What? Like Thanos without the aura. Oh, I've seen this. This is him. Is he killing Thanos right there? Hey, yo. The kick punch merchant. You don't know who Drax is? Nah, I never watched any of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. He just fights. That's it. Damn. What's so cool about him then? What makes him a Thanos level threat then? What? In the comics, like, bro, you don't look.
Yo, Agua, what do you play?
Be strong. Okay. Okay.
Wait, yeah, what are you good at? Cause we're happy to play.
Nothing. I want Big Wheel to come into the game as a tank. Big Wheel. Who the hell is Big Wheel? Who are these characters, bro? Y'all making up characters. Big Wheel.
30 seconds before you attack.
Looking this up.
Get ready.
Bro, say swear to fucking God, bro. What am I looking at, dog?
How strange.
Can we please,
All right, y'all.
like,
Is everybody on a roll? They're comfortable on.
please, can we? Oh my God. The Spider-Man villain? What if?
This world is
What?
full of dangers. I could never.
The Spider-Man fighting a wheel.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Putting against anyone at this point, like, oh my God.
Got it?
They had that boy fighting anyone.
Unless you wish me to clear your mind. Out of sight.
They're all falling back to me.
Fighting the same people again. They're like 3 people. Are you know 3 stack or some shit? Oh man. Why is Penny so far back? I didn't get healed. Was he up there? What was he? Oh yeah, he was. He lasered me. I'm fighting the same people again. Oh my God. I think they're in a 3 stack or something. Meanwhile, I'm over here fucking solo healing. Harmless as shit.
See them? Right there.
Sayonara. You made a grave mistake.
You walk right.
Now it's showtime.
Honey, nice. Walk him down.
Out of sight.
Both can die.
You're mine.
All right, you guys.
Walk. Damn point.
Made her all in there. That's good. Oh my God, this Punisher. I can't see him. He's invisible.
That's cool. Do you mind swapping your
Unlucky.
healer with a healer roll? Because they have 3 healer rolls and we really don't have much to counter that.
Sentry? That should be a cool ad. Oh fucking hell. Why is there 2 of them up there? Oh my goodness.
Sai, can you ult and go front line DPS?
I am out of sight.
Title was clickbait. Your mama clickbait. Mama clickbait.
I am ready to fall.
Only 60 seconds left.
No one's here. Why is that guy staring at the fucking floor? What was he doing? Was he trying to boost himself up?
Jury, executioner.
Yo, auntie, clickbait. I don't got an auntie.
Farewell.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Fuck. Can we get on the point, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna be careful here. Sit down for a minute. Sit down. My bad.
What is happening? Oh my goodness, bro. Stupid that. I'm a big juggernaut. He doesn't take TikTok chat? Yeah, I do. What? I shot her right as she. Okay.
Alright, let's Luna ult first.
My apologies for this farewell.
My God, want me.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Amazing. I wish I could do it. Double KO.
Oh, I wonder why would I bother playing Blade when I can play this character? This character is just infinitely better. Like, that's insane. That's why when people when I heard someone say Blade is S tier now, I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? He have World Cup ads? Oh shit! I forgot that it is a thing. Is there primer? I'm saying, like, why would I even bother playing Blade?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, aye, bro. Like, what am I reading?
Back. Okay, call back. There's no way we tank that.
I'm lucky.
We might be dead here.
Executioner!
How many ults was that? A Strange Ult, Rocket, Punisher. Okay. What's up, Zion? How you doing?
Beautiful, baby.
Only 60 seconds left.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
You lose, Demon. I like the cold.
You get away. You get away.
Parasite is crazy.
Oh, I got you, Luna. I'll body block.
Who's a parasite?
I'm gonna ult this.
Number one in the fan club. What does that do? Yeah, thanks for the heart. Not sure what those things do on TikTok. Like, what's it?
By the eye of Agamotto. Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, that sucks. Oh.
The current score is 2-2.
Damn, why does Luna have 17 kills?
Do you know how to play any killers with the healer ult?
Which side you're on.
Have you been getting this trip DPS mental in your matches? Been hitting me hard? Yeah, I mean, that happens to me all the time. I just don't have a DPS player. I mean, not DPS. I don't have two tanks or two supports. Or I do have a support, and it's a Jeff. This is a 48-hour Blade stream? Hell no. The Luna. I love the spider. I don't know why he's dying so much. I wouldn't mind if he had him having 13 kills, but like he's dying like a shitload.
Hum's X-Men cartoon theme as close as possible
We'll be
without
coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
A shield. Many thanks.
The one and only.
That's not, we're so close to 60K followers on TikTok. We're at 5,680. Well, 55,680.
The battle starts in
Oh, that's pretty
5,
cool.
4, 3.
Delete Ultra from the game. Worst strategist in the game?
You have to stop it.
I don't know about worst strategist, but okay.
I love this smell of superhero
Like an Angela.
That guy got his cheeks blasted.
Angela's on point.
TikTok K-pop challenge. What are you talking about? TikTok K-pop challenge. Why don't you do that? Oh, send you some? I'll block you. Yeah, send me some. I'll be blocked. Oh, I'm dead. You do it. And play it on stream for your chat. The stream a little laggy? That's probably because I'm streaming on TikTok. Ooh, I might have to.
That's all.
I think I have an idea of how to fix it. But I'd have to restart the TikTok stream. I'm gonna change the TikTok to streaming with my CPU instead of my GPU. Because right now my OBS is using my GPU as well. It might be too much for my GPU. I'm gonna test that out. I mean, I should have been done that honestly, but I just forgot. I think that'll lower the lag a little bit.
Shoot that, shoot that, shoot that.
The amplifier will pose no further threat. Farewell.
Standpoint, portal him. Down.
That's better.
Oh man, I got pulled into it.
I'm back. Sayonara.
Damn, can I like? Oh my goodness! I tried to go in, but it pushed me out.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Sorry, no one's saving us now.
Oh my!
Stop that vehicle.
Why did that kill you? I don't know. She killed 4 of us, technically. Oh no. You would have thought she was like Mantis damage boosted or something with that ult. That works. Oh, team wipe. I didn't get a single final from that somehow, but it was a team wipe. Oh, Maximus man, Boost got lowered. I forgot. Yeah, it gets more movement speed now, right?
Angel's still behind us.
Man got pulled out. That's crazy. I'm about to get no finals. All I'm getting is assists.
They're behind us.
Now it's showtime.
Here they come now.
You stop them in their tracks.
Everyone's got ult here. Don't kill him.
Disappear!
Aw.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Unlucky. That guy's 36 kills. Yeah. Probably smurfing, bro. I don't know.
All right, we hold it here.
I mean, I fought the guy last match, the match before that. We've lost every match. So. Probably is smurfing. I don't know. Because I'm fighting the same people every match. And this guy's always MVP.
Hold this.
That's cooking us. I'm the only one shooting it. I don't know why nobody shoots Angelo ever. They just sat there panicking, I guess.
You can touch her.
Is Black Cat stuff better than Salox? It's a good question. Wow, that is insane. Just a second time that's happened. I'm trying to go into the portal, I get pushed. You think Marvel was a competitive game? Yeah. There's tournaments for like millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars. It already is a competitive game. What does that even mean? The balance is just garbage.
There they are.
It's just going to literally every health pack. Oh wow.
Only 60 seconds left.
Did you play Hello Combat Evolved when it releases? It's actually funny you asked me that because I think Ellie literally DM'd me the other night asking about that. And I forgot to respond. It's funny you asked that. When is that drop?
Shoot that in. Rocket.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Missed everybody.
Disappear!
Wow, okay.
No winner yet. Good to overtime. You're mine. Double KO.
Invis is still alive.
What? Oh, she's not alive anymore. It's it. Nice. Fun. What a match.
Final score 3-2-2.
Was it July 28th? Let me actually respond to her DM.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I want you to know I've opened the game after months. Yo, you want to play, Joy? I'll play. I love how anyone can enter rival tournaments with actual money online. It's for FGC. Yep. It's pretty cool. I mean, if you want to like play in tournaments right now, you just MRC's right here. These are online tournaments. You can just enter. Make your team. You just enter this shit. Ignite, that's the like actual like pro scene with like signed pros. The prize pool for this champion is what? 14k. 14k is the prize. First place team gets 7k. If you want to compete, you can go compete right now. This is MRC. Yeah, you just need a team. Join a faction. Create or join. Yeah, do this. There's a bunch of factions open. Go join these. Go apply. If you crumb, you will get kicked. Like if your main role, specify your role and main hero. Yeah, you can actually like do pro shit. Message blank on Discord for scrims and to be added to the Discord. Okay. 3 rules. First, you gotta have a mic. 2, be good at the game. 3, have a sense of humor. Team Kitty. After my placements, I'll do them with you. I won't play my mains though. Unless you want me to. I don't know. But yeah, just let me know if you wanna thingy join. Want me to play. When you making the SBZ faction, I'm not doing an Ignite. I mean MRC, I'm good off that. Too lazy for all that. Humor is a requirement. Shit, I'm cooked. Oh, my order is ready. Nice. What's today? 14. Yeah, I might start streaming a little late tomorrow. I gotta go pick something up.
Victory.
Who's ready to?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I don't know.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
All right, chat, I'm so serious when I ask y'all this right now. What brand of rice cooker y'all got? I thought you said ice cooker. I'm like, what is an ice cooker? Rice cooker y'all got? I don't even know what one I have. Crockpot. You don't need a rice cooker to make rice. Use a stove. But you gotta measure the shit though. I think last time I made that rice, I used the stove. I mean, you gotta measure regardless if you use a rice cooker. I'm not even saying. The Japanese one that plays music, stove rice don't hit the same. I think I like stove rice better. I kind of do. It cooks faster, that's for sure. Well, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I think it might depend on the rice cooker, but. Star-Lord ban? Damn, Star-Lord's actually consistently getting banned. That's actually crazy. Gambit is still getting banned. How many months has it been?
Hero or villain, I'm not judging.
Actually insane, by the way. Gambit is still getting banned. That's crazy. Maybe we just need to cripple these heroes or what? Why is DD still a ban? Because he's strong as hell. It's not like he's bad. He just got a range nerf. He has to be closer to do damage. His damage is still the same. They didn't touch his damage. He just has to be closer, and also he has reflect. Doesn't last as long either. But he's still strong.
Before you attack, get ready.
Just takes a little bit more effort to play him.
As glad as I am that all that nonsense with Dracula's over.
Yeah. I'll fight to end.
I'm not surprised though. Star-Lord is getting banned now. Because they're so broken. I don't know why they just kept buffing him and buffing him and buffing him.
Tired of standing around and talking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Excuse
2,
me.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm about to put copyright music, so YouTube, you're not gonna be able to hear the music after this match. Oh, this motherfucker just doesn't die. Yeah, he's extremely hard to kill. Good Star-Lords are extremely hard to kill.
Match behind.
Where is she? Oh, they killed her already. Oh my god, I parried his grab. That was too close. That was the worst spot I've ever seen a rocket placed. Yeah, that rocket is yikes. We are doomed. We are doomed. Again. Old Blade would have died there. Yeah, I think I probably would have because I used the new parry timing right there. That was for sure. You see the shit where the Japanese Nintendo Direct was showing different stuff? Yeah, they do it all the time. What's the tag really? I saw they showed an Atelier game or whatever. Atelier, whatever her name is. They showed one of those. And then Japanese Direct. But they didn't show in the NA one. I'm dead as fuck. Alright. There aren't really any broken characters right now. The game's pretty balanced. This game? I don't know about that. People aren't just flipping it to a crazy degree right now because pro scene isn't on right now. So no one knows. No one has proof to complain about whatever they want to complain about yet. How's the day going? Pretty good. How do I kill through support ults with Blade? Go look at my Blade guide. There's a timestamp on it. Look at the anti-heal timestamp.
Day and night.
They'll literally show you everything you need.
Monsters getting the best of me.
There's a literal timestamp on the video. That Atelier game was an NA Direct too? Are you sure? I don't remember seeing that in the Nintendo Direct. I don't think that was in the Nintendo Direct, dude. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Unless they edited it in. They had to have edited it in because that was not there. But then again, it was like 10 a.m. so I was kind of sleepy. Nah, there's no way that was in that. Was this music? It's Grand Blue music. Grand Blue versus. Or I guess it's also from the mobile game as well, but.
4, 3,
you get on
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, they another fusion seems like. What the? Holy. I think she headshot me or something.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I'm about to say, I turned my form on. Oh, please heal me, bro. I beg. You are not Coney, bro. Get out of here. That's a weak ass fantastic, bro. Bro thinks he's Coney. Oh, Blade video. So we'll come back to the game plus that helps for main Phoenix? Yeah. Oh, they surrendered. Yeah. I had 0 finals? Are you serious? Did I just donate every kill? How did I get 0? Is that a bug? How did I have 0? No, bro, there's no way I had 0 finals. I was looking at chat and talking to chat a lot, but there's no way I had 0 finals. I had 0. Bro, where did my kill? Oh, no, no. Oh, okay. No, no. Okay. Wait, no, no, no. I did kill people. Just that Bucky's ult marked them. Bucky's ult had them marked. Because I remember I killed like 3 people or 4. Bucky's mark had them marked, so he takes the final. If Bucky uses again on someone and you kill them, it just donates it to Bucky. Because it counts as his kill since his thing executes them. No, what do you mean? Nah, you guys literally saw me. I hit like a 4-man ult. Okay, it wasn't 4, it was like 3. But like, they did walk out of it. But still, they got marked by Bucky. And he just cleaned up. Anyways, let me know if you want to play Joy. What rank are you? I don't even know if I have any accounts that rank. Well, I finished this. The free groups in. Projected plat gold 2. Trying to think. Oh, I do. I think the lowest I have is plat. Yeah, I do. I'll play. I'll probably just play off rolls or something. I only DPS if we need one, but I won't play on mains. So it's not like a steam roll. Right up to you right here. Ugh, blah, blah.
I'll fight to
I want to play.
the darkness that spawned me.
Now,
I want to play Elsa this match.
vanish from this match.
Work my Elsa. MJ Smooth Criminal. Skin for Blade. MJ Smooth Criminal. What the? Oh. I mean, the closest thing to that would be like.
I'll fight to end the
this one, I guess.
fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Whose theme is this? This is Kai's. Wait, no, Sims. Sims theme. Oh, they banned their Cyclops. Yikes. Play the Magic team up. I want one of them Envious team ups. Every time Envious has a team with someone, that thing is broken, bro. Give me one of the Envious team ups. Can I get like an Envious team with Blade? Those things are, every single team up she always gives someone is broken, bro.
You know, I'm no expert.
Or if it's not broken, it's really good. Those shits are disgusting, bro. Oh my god, I remember Prime Torch meta. He would dunk, get blue life for dunking, and then he would use the team up as well and get even more blue life. That shit was crazy. Yo, JS, thanks for the. What is this guy saying in my ear? What's up, JS?
Why? Please, just one of you, please, please stop being selfish. Just stop being selfish, please. Thank you. I love you. I'm gonna kiss you on your mouth, please. I'm gonna kiss you.
You're so beautiful. I love you so much. All my bubbles, you own all my bubbles. You're the only one who's gonna bubble in this lobby, by the way. You're so beautiful. Look at that summer skin. Look at them thighs. You're so beautiful.
What am I listening to?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, what? What am I listening to?
Back in the game.
Angela behind me, really careful. So where did my health bar go?
I was born late.
What fuck is my health bar going? God damn.
Got your invis? No, I said we can Angela, but I can say
Okay, this hella is cracked.
A fucking wall.
And not even fucking doing good.
My Hala
okay, not playing that character there.
Bro. I saw that.
Hey, cause fucking Angela.
I'm about to go DPS.
Come on, do not be like them, bro. It's actually winnable. Do not
What's
be
the
like them.
fucking ping, by the way? No idea how.
Brother, I saw you bird into a wall. What do you mean thing?
He burned it into a wall. No.
He shifted into a wall.
I'm about to say, like, come on, Rush is one.
Come here, Hala, come here, come here.
There's some special stuff on 200 ping, so.
Why are you playing hitscan on 200 ping? You should have won healer, bro.
Oh, you want me to play projectile character? What the fuck?
Right. No, I mean healer. Just play healer, bro. That's what I mean. Because you're lagging.
And scan is.
On 200 ping, we got a Zaza.
Jeff is probably gonna ult my ult.
Underneath Hella, above Angela. He's underneath.
Oh man.
Nice. Fifth.
And Hella ult too.
Blade out with fart gas type team.
He's probably gonna ult
what
me.
the fuck?
Yeah.
Top left, Angela.
Let's hear it.
Stole one kill. Angela above, just careful. She's left side, just as FYI.
Left side, okay. Angela's so broken to see my palms. That's buff. She got. Think. You can just say front line. I can move around quick. I can.
Angela's back, top left,
Yes,
careful.
yes, yes. Okay, Angela.
What the what? That's awkward.
Out of sight. All patched up.
Wow. What's up, Joni?
Alright, we should probably full group.
This is not over.
We have the invis, oh, we should be using this. Whoa, I'm lagging. That was weird.
Battlefield ready again.
Come on, baby. Hold. I got to left the top. We probably have fun for it.
Oh, I got it.
I'll finish with her. Nice.
Good job, Punisher.
Oh man.
Thank you, Empress. Thank you.
Triple support merchant.
No, I was the one healing you through.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you
While
too.
she
Thank you too.
kidnapped you.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you too.
Judge, jury.
Oh, we have nothing for that.
I'll tally.
We have hello.
Oh no, that's awkward.
Yo, we gotta use this.
Didn't go that far.
Oh,
I don't think he should punish y'all. I mean, hello to punish y'all. What the? I don't know about that.
Punisher right here. I have my ult, but yet probably my ult is going to work on me. Angela is so warm.
I'll go first, Invis.
That sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, alright, we want this group here has 4 ults, so we gotta use them.
I just got mine, bro.
I used mine to survive the whole bubble.
Yeah.
Only 60 seconds left.
We gotta kill their Luna. We have to kill their Luna.
Don't give them another inch.
You know what?
I am ready to put on a show.
Fellas behind him all the way.
Nice,
Careful.
he's dead. He's dead. I'm looking at Luna.
Fellas directly behind. Ew, good kill.
Oh, we gotta go back up. Thank you.
Close.
Oh wow.
I can't probably put here.
Nice, they don't overlap. Hello here. Hello. Right, hello.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Fuck.
Nowhere yet.
I mean, I tried to. I bubbled, but it was like for nothing. You gotta kill them. Finish them, die. Nice. Where did he go?
Brother, please, one.
Judge, jury,
Oh man.
executioner.
He's so warm.
He's so low, too.
Oh man.
We didn't win right there. That's so sad.
You almost have think. Punisher. Nice.
Ready to put on a show.
Nice, they don't punish her. Nice. They don't have DPS, they don't have damage. Nice, they don't have both DPS. Holy shit, you guys are insane. Rock is almost done.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! I got frozen! There's no way!
I exiled Luna. Killed Mag. Nice. Nice, well played.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
They're fucking frozen.
2, 2. Time to
Do we have any
switch things up,
dive DPS?
including which side you're on.
Punisher, do you play dive DPS? Like if we play dive DPS, I
You'll
can
need
go
a
in and
top-notch
bubble and
team
then
to win this one.
we 100% get a pick.
I'm the Punisher.
Dive DPS with me. Ah, that champion magic, champion Daredevil. Daredevil is open. Please let him go DPS. Someone go heal. Please.
Yeah, hell no.
Have nothing for dive.
Yeah, hell no. What if they add Ghost Rider and get rid of Blade team up? Give him a fire sword? That'd be sick.
Hella, I know you're good in this. Come on, bro.
I know you heal.
I know, bro. I know you're good in this. Fucking love you, man. Holy shit, everybody's beautiful in this lobby. Swear to God. Never mind. I thought Hella swapped. He didn't.
Stand
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let him go dive DPS with me, bro. Easy, man.
Hold on.
Not for sale.
What are you kidding?
There you go.
I'm sorry, Envisage right.
Maybe for other people. Not
Play positivity from the Hulk. Asking for a dive. Play
Sorry,
DD.
man. I tried.
Wait, why would we need to play DD? We don't need DD. We're winning without it. We don't need to force DD.
2, 1.
And we need someone for a Hella. This stream's open. Nope. Now watch was Mago. He wants to play it, bro. I'm not switching from a winning comp. If it stops working, then yeah, he can play it, but. Oh my god, that guy was so low. Oh my god, I'm lasering her too.
Rocket out.
Oh my god, that is a disgusting spot too.
There's no heal down there. I got res. You can walk, you can walk. I got you, Punisher.
Oh my gosh, she's 1 HP.
This would be so much easier if I was DPSing, but
Even if that guy was diving with me, it would be so much easier, man. It would be so much easier if he was diving with me. Like you have no idea how easy this would be. You have nothing for dive, bro. Literally nothing.
Yo, let me go Namor to give. Yo.
He is not. They're not gonna swap, man. We've been trying, man.
Bro, we can just get off 1 DPS, bro. 110.
I have my ult here. We don't have anything.
I'm not switching on DPS, bro.
I'm going backline.
Oh fuck.
We're just staggered. This Punisher positioning is just insane. I need help. I need help. I need help, bro. How? Play point. What the fuck is my team?
I'm not done yet.
You have Punishers. You don't have anything. Use the fucking ults, or else they're gonna farm more ults.
Use your ult, Punisher.
Alright, bro.
Wow,
I
he used it main with no healers. Oh my god, bro. This Punisher, bro. This Punisher. Go on.
But we needed
Use your ult, Punisher. I use it, I insta-buff. I take back the positivity. I use it, I insta-buff.
I got a pick and then Jeff grabbed me.
Oh, Punisher stopped him. Good job, dude. Good job.
Only 60 seconds left.
This guy is so toxic.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Alright, you
back
redeemed
to
yourself,
Mag.
Punisher.
I'm muting this kid. Oh wait. Use your ult. Use your ult, Punisher. They want me to use the ult. I use it, I fucking insta-buff. They're so low.
I'll meet my family, but not today. Don't mind me. Out of sight.
That guy should have died.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Judge, jury,
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, I'm so done with that character.
Everything in this place feels so familiar.
Now I see them.
Strange.
Get that vehicle moving again.
That's better.
Juan is getting Jigsaw. Wait, what?
Only 60
Juan
seconds
wants
left.
Jigsaw? That's a character? I think it's Jigsaw.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Final 10 seconds. Almost there. Don't turn back now. No winner yet. Going to overtime. The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
That was good.
Farewell. Farewell.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, Punisher and Jeff is not bad.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Phineas and Ferb. Oh lordy.
Down to 30 seconds. Final 10 seconds. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Damn.
I am ready to crush. Final score: 2-3.
Trying to see Foggy. Foggy.
Well, you can't expect
Might as well have SpongeBob while you're at it. Okay, now you guys are just naming random characters. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the TikTok stream and see if I can make it lag less. I'm gonna change it to my CPU if this helps. You know what? When I should add a Phineas and Ferb skin. A Phineas and... Yeah, how do I do this? Edit. Might lag the stream though. Hopefully it doesn't. I can't even do it. Won't even let me do it. Oh, there you go. Hold on. This shit laggy as balls, bro. Which one am I supposed to use? There's two different ones for CPU. Byte VC1 or Byte VC0. How? I don't even know what these are. I have no clue which one they want me to use for this. This is so weird. Went to the P5X news. I went to P5... Wait, he said report me? Realize it's a team game? Bro, that guy would not shut up in my ear, so I muted him. Like, what? Why would I not mute him? Like, he wants one of us to get off DPS so he can go Daredevil, bro. Like, just play the Daredevil, bro. We can do one tank. We can try one tank at least. Went to P5X Twitter and see Donald Trump have an all-out attack. Wait, what? From the White House Twitter account? Well, that Twitter account is crazy. I know which account you're talking about. That Twitter account is ridiculous. They just be tweeting anything on that account. Hold on. Byte VC1 is better for quality, but lower bit rates, but making a default choice for. Okay, I'll do Byte VC1. Alright, I'm gonna reset the TikTok stream, see if this runs better. Alright, let me know if the stream lags, chat. Hopefully this that's taxing on my CPU. 90% sure they were a stack. They probably are a stack. I saw a repost TikTok out of Ice Rats. Oh hell no. No sound detected. Why does he keep doing that every time I start my TikTok stream? Okay, I need to do a test match to see if this lags. I'm gonna do a quick play real quick. I don't think it's lagging. Looks pretty fine so far. I think it's fine. I think. Could be wrong. I actually had some TikTok settings on my phone, but I don't remember where I saved it to that I wanted to test out. I was gonna test if this lowers the lag.
You'll need a top-notch
I'm gonna
team
test
to win
running
this
alert.
one.
See if the alert lags as well. Oh, that's a follow alert. Whoops. Let me test out a sub. YouTube is lagging badly right now. Oh shit. Is it? Yeah, it is. God damn it.
Hi guys.
Okay, that setting is not getting used.
Before you attack.
Like
Get
20
ready.
FPS. Okay, I turned it off. Yeah, that setting is too laggy for me. Oh god, this shit is so unoptimized, bro.
I'll fight to end.
Those who oppose me shall be left to
I am the fiend. Meow. Never let the black
It's
cat
better now?
cross your path.
I mean, yeah, because I turned it off.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Still laggy.
I'll
What? I
scratch
turned it
your
off.
back
It's
if
still
you'll
laggy.
scratch mine.
God, TikTok Live Studio is so ass, bro. Hold on. Refresh. Should be good now. Refresh. Oh, we have no healer.
What a disgrace. Mine for the taking.
It's good now? Okay.
Good fortune for me.
I get like good money. Wow, that guy's taking no damage. Good now. I have to run one more test, so it might lag again. But I'll do it after this match. I can't do it mid-match. God, this girl does no damage to these wolves.
So stealthy.
Oh my god, that dash nerf.
Mine for the take. You won't be needing that.
One dash is so ass. Oh my god. One dash is so fucking buns. Oh my god. That shit is boo-boo.
Guess I'm not so unlucky after all.
One dash is demonic, yo.
Got my eye on some of the welcome guests.
Good fortune for me.
One dash is so ass, yo.
My apologies, little son. You won't be needing that. Good fortune. Good fortune for me. This health belongs to me. Good fortune for me. You crossed my path!
Are you serious? I hate this game. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? This fucking game is ass, yo. This game sucks, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. This character stinks too, bro. Holy shit. Whatever, bro. So buns, bro.
Give me that luck. So stealthy. Good fortune for me.
I don't have a second dash. I forgot. Oh my god, this shit is so buns. It feels so bad.
Only 60 seconds left.
For me. Good.
Bro, can I change this TikTok setting? Why is this not working? Oh, this app is so bad. The edit button don't work. To edit my settings on TikTok.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
It literally just don't work. The game looks so much better. What do you mean? Finally. Okay, it works.
Sorry, Moon Knight. We're getting
You got the graphics? No. Okay, I'm gonna test again. Let me know if this lags the stream on YouTube or Twitch. Hold on. Alright. Ow, who's shooting me? Oh, Cyclops. Alright, I'm alive. Let me know if this is lagging. I keep killing people and then dying at the same time. Is it lagging or what? The audio changed? Excuse me?
Pulse charge.
My audio is different. Wait, what? You a little bit laggy too? Oh, it's lagging again? That shit might be doomed. I might have to just stream on my gaming computer, I think. But I'm at the... It's still laggy? Play lag? Okay, I'm gonna just end that shit, bro. Alright, well, I'm gonna test, I'm gonna open TikTok on this computer. On my gaming computer. I'm gonna try using my CPU on my gaming computer. TikTok Live Studio on my streaming computer it's just too much, bro. That shit is too unoptimized. I can't even handle it, bro, on a whole dedicated computer to streaming. Like, that app is so ass, but you have to use it, or else your discoverability is just ass if you don't use it.
The moon haunts you.
Oh my god, one dash is so buns, bro. What did they do to this girl? They do to my poor kitten. That sounds just... I don't have 2 dashes! I'm done. Bro, one dash feels so bad, bro. It actually feels horrendous. But I can't even do my alt combos or nothing like that anymore.
Next time I won't. I always keep going.
Open TikTok. TikTok Live Studio. You ain't wrong about the kitten? What the hell is this? Highest bid.
30 seconds.
Yo, these guys are crazy on TikTok. Highest bid is crazy.
It's spider time!
Oof. I already feel the lag. Look at my frames. I already feel the lag opening this software on my gaming computer. Oh my god. I can feel the lag. Oh, I don't have money. It looks laggy too. She's still broken as hell. Hell no, this character's not broken. I mean, I think she's better than Blade, but like, she got hella nerf. God damn, this rogue whooped me. Oh my god. I ain't never have a girl fiend over me this hard. God damn.
Good fortune for me.
What? She's quick, yeah, she's just fast, that's it. Oh, I think there's a stream delay now, god damn it. Since my stream was lagging, there's like a 3-second delay on the stream now. So if I'm reading chat slow, it's because of that. That's why I hate testing this TikTok thing. All right, bro. Go live. Is my overlay even in this thing? I haven't used this on this computer in a while. Why is it not showing nothing? Source is occupied. What? By what? Oh, my overlay and shit ain't even set up correctly on this computer. I'm gonna just do it like this. Where's my camera? Why is my camera just not cameraing? Where the camera at? God, this app is so buns, bro. There you go. Okay, I usually use my GPU. I'm going to try streaming on this thing with CPU. Wait, which one am I supposed to use? I don't know. don't know which one I'm supposed to use. I'm gonna just use this one. Intel hardware codec. Let's show this. I'm doing 30 FPS, bro. This game sucks. This thing sucks up my FPS too much, bro. Like I don't like using this on this computer, on my gaming computer, because it's so damn laggy, bro. I swear to God, I shit you not. It cuts your FPS by like 100. I'm not even trolling. I shit you not. It cuts your FPS by 100 when you have TikTok Live Studio open. This app is so unoptimized, bro. Test stream. Boom. Save. The audios. The audio stuff is good. Go live. Recommended coder detected. Applying this. Recommended. Okay. I don't. I think. Okay. Whatever. Boom. Let's see if this lags me. I gotta do some test matches to see if I lag with this open. Yo, Black Cat feels buns, by the way. I don't know what they want you to do with this character, bro. Like I don't know what they're cooking with this. Now the only issue about me using this on here is that if I do song requests, they won't be able to hear it, or if I play copyright music, because the copyright music is playing through this computer. So I mean, yeah, they won't be able to hear that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm playing Black Cat again.
Meow.
Meow, she says. Meow. How's this? Press start Summer Blaze. Can I get rid of this so I can, I don't know, read my chat? This app is so bad, bro. There. How do I get rid of this? The chat box is so small.
Always
30 seconds before
It's
you
so
attack.
small.
Get ready.
This app is so bad, bro. Who made this, dog? I can't even see the chat box. There's an advertisement.
Yes, and so have you.
Son.
Because I've yet to meet anyone out here who hasn't.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look who's here.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Yeah, TikTok did their own with this one. Alright, at least my game feels laggier. I think it does feel laggier. Okay. I messed up my combo clearly. I didn't do I was supposed to do one more and then dash, but I fucked it up. Big buck, the big buck. Well, I don't have a second dash, so do I just die here? I'm alive still. I don't have a second dash. This is so weird, bro. This guy playing handicapped. Why is this like this? Like, obviously she needed a nurse, but like full moving mechanic is crazy.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
God, I don't like. That's so ass, bro.
I always land on my feet.
They cut her legs off, basically. I'm dead. What? What? About to end this match with 0 finals. Okay.
Again!
For me. I'll finish this
She's the spearhead? What the? That's too far. No, this character is not top 5. She's bottom 5. Top 4? Hell no. They gutted her. Like, I actually hope she gets buffed. Like, what? No way y'all added a 6 skin and y'all nerfed the fuck out of her. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. I don't have another dash, bro. Oh my god, this character feels so insufferable. Nah, I see why Necros is crashing out. Cause what? Bro crashed out so much he's playing Blade. Like what? I see why he is, cause what in the fuck is this character? Nah, like it's one thing to nerf a character, but it's another to make the character unplayable. Like what? This feels unplayable. Oh my god. I don't know why they removed one of her dashes. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, she needed nurse, but like this is ridiculous, bro. Some Dino mains want you to believe they got gutted? No! Dino's still good. They just dying a lot because they're babied by that damn shield. That finally has a longer cooldown. Oh my god, I don't have another dash. Don't you dare touch that health pack. Don't you dare touch that damn health pack. And it's not like she has range of moves, so like her having one dash is kind of crazy. As Bucky is playing like a season 6 Bucky. He's playing bodyguard Bucky. How about you get in the fucking front line like a man, bro? Come on, lock in. Grow a pair of balls, bro. Why you sitting next to the healers? Grow a pair of balls, Bucky players. I hate Buckies that play like that, bro. They just won't stop bodyguarding, bro. Like, get away from the snow bunnies, bro. You might get frostbites. Stay away from the damn snow bunnies. God, this is scary. I don't know what you're supposed to do with one dash, bro. You can't even like get out, bro. It's not like Iron Fist's shift or whatever, where like you carry momentum and you can like B-hop from it or nothing. This dash doesn't go that far, and then like slows down midair. Like it's not like, holy shit, bro. Who tested this though? You have to spend money after you use your shift or else you're gonna die. But if you don't have money after you use your shift, you're just fucking dead. Yeah, they're gonna shoot that. Yeah, they shot it instantly. Like that, I don't even, that's not even worth buying anymore. I think it's so bad. Oh my goodness, they both double support ulti. Okay. I don't have another dash. This feels so weird. I can't dash behind him. Bro's fighting Casper. Look at this. No. Nice. Yeah, wall hacks is dead ass useless. Don't even bother buying that shit. Yeah, this character got murked. I can't lie. I would never play this in ranked. No, she needs a buff. Like, I'm not even trolling. I'm not exaggerating. She needs a buff. She feels like not even a shadow of her old self. She feels way worse. Like, they nerfed the hell out of tank pool. At least tank pool is still playable. Oh my goodness. This guy's going a gun build with Deadpool, bro. Okay. I don't think I've seen him in the back line bouncing on it once. Hey, low-key cooking though. He's 25-1. And he has ace now.
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, he's bouncing on it right now.
Good fortune for me. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I touched. Okay, I think I can live stream on TikTok with this, but I just can't.
Well, you can't expect
It's not that bad, I suppose. It's not that bad, I suppose. Yeah, so I can't live stream the TikTok with this computer anymore. It's too laggy. I can't do it. My computer can't handle it. Okay, I mean, I guess. Video, what is this? That box. Wait, so they want you to use Intel to stream to there? Intel has a dedicated chip sufficient for TikTok. This computer's AMD. Maybe that's why I'm lagging so much on my streaming computer, streaming to TikTok. Like, what? That's so weird. AMD doesn't have the thing. Are you serious? That's funky. Okay, I guess. I want to test Black Cat one more time, but I don't know if I should. No, my gaming computer's Intel. My streaming computer's AMD. When I build my next computer, or if I get a pre-built, everything would be AMD. I'm not going NVIDIA. That shit, I have too much issues. Cause like, bro, last time, cause I like, it's just so weird. Like Vegas, I can't use it at the max. The current drivers or whatever that's up to date for NVIDIA, it doesn't work with Sony Vegas, which is what I used to edit. So I have to roll back my drivers. I just rolled back my drivers today again, actually. I'll test out Black Cat 1 last time, but yeah, yeah. It's not looking hot. I'll tell you that. She's not looking hot.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Why can't I delete this scene? It won't let me delete the scene. Bro, it won't let me delete the scene. Bro, what is wrong with this app, yo? I want to delete this. It won't. Unlock. Delete. Oh my god, there we go. I'm about to say, bro, what is wrong with this app, yo? This app buns. It's so buns. It's so damn laggy.
They'll be coming in 30
I get so much issues. I wouldn't stream on it if it wasn't essential, but you kind of need it. It's too good for Discovery to not use. Where's Black Cat at?
Yeah. Never let the black cat cross your path.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Lucky for you, you
Oh
ended
my
up on the
lordy.
right side of
Y'all
this
ain't ready
fight.
for the cobbler?
Mine.
Cobbler? Okay, actually remember someone named the Cobbler, but what does he do? Motherfucker named the Cobbler. The Cobbler is crazy.
You won't be needing that. Anyone willing to help? So stealthy. You won't be needing that.
I have no money, I have no money, I have no money. Help, 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 I don't have another dash! Bro, nah, this character is unplayable, bro. She's unplayable this patch, bro. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to kill people. Like, genuinely, bro. Well, it's not even the killing part. You can't escape. Like, you're just dead. Like, she doesn't have the burst to literally escape these interactions, bro. Where's Iron Man? Like, I don't know what they want you to do with that character. That shit is crazy. I got this sick ass Iron Man's suit. Put this to use. Wait, Cyclops open. Why am I playing Iron Man? Or not? He just took him. Bro, she's gutted, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what they want you to do with that character, bro. Like, genuinely unplayable. Like, I don't think Necros is overreacting saying what he was saying. Not at all, bro. That character is buns.
Better stop that vehicle.
Not at all, bro. That character is buns. Hold on. I'm trying to... Purple... I know people hate Necros and shit, but like that dude is not overreacting when it comes to Black Cat. This character is horrendous. How much health did he have? Did he have 1? Yo, today is not my day, I must say, bro. Today is not my day, bro. Like, I'll just say it. It's just not. There we go.
There's still a chance to stop them.
It's just not my day, bro. Like, it can't get worse than this, no? Only won, like, what, 1 rank match? And now this, bro. Today's just not my day. I fear. I really do customs or something. We haven't done customs in ages. Today is just not my day, bro. I'm getting washed in quick play. What if I shoot this from like across the map? I'm him. Hold on, maybe I just need to be an Iron Man player. Oh. 48-hour stream. What? Yeah, you'd have to pay me hefty amounts of money for a 48-hour. Hefty amounts of money. The amount of money you have to pay me is ridiculous. You know, 48 hours. I don't know. I wouldn't even know if I would accept it in subs. Like, that would have to be a dono. I wouldn't even let Twitch take a cut of that. And that would have to be a dono. I can't even lie to you. 48 is crazy.
Behold the god of
No sleep? 48? No sleep? Nah, bro. First off, that's far from healthy. And second off, not for free. Hell no. How's my favorite Meat Mountain Quitter? Meat Mountain Quitter is crazy. I have no recollection of what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about. Just sleep, man. That wouldn't count though. That's too easy. If you sleep, it's too easy. That's why I don't do 24 is why I sleep. That'd be too easy. That was the first stream I saw of you. Oh my fucking god. There's no way. There's no way, bro. Somebody's first stream was what? No way, bro. You doing 48 for 3.5 nickels? Nickels is crazy. Bro said nickels. I'm crying. Yeah, my computer is laggy. This TikTok live studio is so laggy, bro. I might try a different setting. Okay. I'm barely over 100 FPS, bro.
Better stop that vehicle. It's now or never. Stop them.
That's how I know it's lagging me. I'm barely over 100.
You're welcome.
Man, I need the TikTok stream. I'm gonna test a different setting. What am I at? 145, 100-ish.
Don't give them another inch, or else. I am ready to put on a show.
I mean, yeah, they're not gonna die in that. Did he just counter pick me in a quick play? Really, bro?
Someone scratch my back.
Us against the world.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
If I donate 5K, I'm doing a 48 hour. I'll do it for 5K, but I'm going to sleep.
Iron Man operational again.
I'm going to sleep.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Nah, no sleep. Nah, they're sleep. Nah, they're sleep. Hardware codec recommended. What is software codec? Intel H.264. Thought you could have fun at quick play. My ass is getting counterpicked like already. FPS, 6400. 30 FPS. Give me a sec, I'm tweaking my settings and I'm running a speed test to see what settings they recommend, and I'm gonna tweak it from there. Is that the real Infer? He said doubt it. My bad, bruh. Bro said he playing. Bro said he playing Iron Man. That's not the real one. Quality, performance. .720p, 30 FPS. Consider a higher FPS for better viewer experience. Man, viewer experience, bro. My computer matters more, bro. There's no viewer experience if I can't even play the damn game. Goes to me, guys. For the review. A lot of you playing Blade. I'm testing settings for TikTok. Cause I tried live streaming to TikTok through this computer. It's too laggy. So I'm testing it out on my gaming computer. To see if I can, I don't know, actually play the game without lag. Okay, this should be better, I think. Let's test this out. Oh my goodness, bro. And there's no way for me to test this without being live either, because obviously it's a live stream, of course. Annoying, bro. I wouldn't have to do this if this app was just optimized. But it's so poorly optimized that, like,
I'm not judging.
I have to do some random shenanigans tests just to get this going. Okay, let's see if this lags me.
I have
I'll play Magic this match.
just a demon hunter mutant girl out to save the universe.
I think my FPS is a little bit higher with this setting. I think.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Q Rivals nonstop. We hit one of a wall in no time. Rivals nonstop is crazy.
What's the matter, Scotty? Don't think we can trust these other folks?
Some of it, perhaps.
Oh, bad.
Too many risks.
That comes with the job.
If you have coffee in a dream, then anything is possible.
Starts in 5,
Who did stream supposed to looking at a monitor that can't be possible? It is possible. What do you mean?
1.
I'm not saying I've done it, but like,
Mission area. Got it?
you can do that.
Sometimes
Especially if you have a monitor that's like has blue light protection or whatever. You can definitely do that. I was watching your soccer student, and why don't you get as many views when you're on Roblox? Because it's not what my channel grew with.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Zam. Zam.
Mission area is yours.
Okay, I think this setting is good for me. I might have to. Just don't look that laggy. Do it. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that. I think it's not bad. I didn't get healed. The OG magic? The OG magic was crazy though. Someone commented on my video. I put the magic video on my second channel. Someone commented on my video saying, oh my god, he's playing magic again. I actually started playing magic because of you. That made me kind of want to play magic more. But nope. Like Solid too
You
much.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep
Like
going.
Solid too much.
Charge!
Oh, she died. That was a thingy. What? How you not die to that? Help? Just don't be a corny magic man. A corny magic man. What is a corny magic man? What is a corny magic man?
Me? Just a demon-haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
Show AI script. Script lines to be generated based on real-time live content, audience interactions.
30 seconds before you attack.
forgot.
Get ready.
What? I'll screenshot these settings. I think these settings are bad. Coiny magic maze don't swap. That's what you meant.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Terrorize them, quick play demons.
2,
I have 9 kills. I'm not even going that crazy.
all you need to do is
I'm too busy testing shit on my other monitor. Spam portal. The spam is portal in the chat. Is portal. Would I prefer samurai like straw hat blade skin or maid Psylocke? The blade skin. Yeah, I don't know about you. I'm not obsessed with maids or nothing like that. So yeah, give me the fucking cool blade skin. Just grab me out of my portal.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Wow, that rogue is obsessed with me. Damn.
I climbed out of limbo. I got you.
We're not getting samurai blade. We'll get one eventually. We're getting this next samurai skin is Psylocke. Psylocke has one. I don't know why it's not on the roadmap though, because we've seen it on the art. I mean, we've seen it. She's literally fighting magic in the artwork, and the magic scene that she's using in the artwork just came out. Should buy a new graphics card ASAP before graphics cards go higher? Nah. I got money for that. I got money for that. Just because Psylocke has so many legendaries, I don't know what could do anymore to her. Other than comic-based skins. I mean, I don't know what else they can make. Oh, she's grabbed me through a wall. She just grabbed me through a wall, bro. What is that? Oh, what?
My charge.
Okay. Alrighty, buddy. I've seen it all. I have seen it all. Because that made no fucking sense. His name is Portuguese D Cloud. What in the what does that even mean?
How are you?
Yeah, it was a rogue, bro. Holy shit. I wonder if I can one-shot somebody if I just do this. Unlucky. Not my ideal target. What?
Works just like in Limbo.
Pimp Strange? Pimp Strange is crazy. Okay, I think this setting is fine. But I'm gonna test one more setting before I decide which one's better, because that last one was laggy as dick. Oh my god, go away. They have a Hawkeye? Where did they get a Hawkeye from? Gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh. I'm hitting one. Oops. Oh my fucking god, let me play the game, bro. Holy. I know she felt that. Nice. Hear this thunderstorm. There's a thunderstorm outside your house. Is quick play? Yeah, it's quick play. I'm testing something. Okay, I'm gonna end the TikTok stream again one last time. Another epic victory. Big win. What's the rank? What's the rank? I'm playing quick play. I'm testing something. I'm going to try NVIDIA. I'm going to use my graphics card for this one. 30 FPS, 720p. What's my actual rank right now? Celestial, I think. I mean, a Celestial, I'm GM1, but I'm pretty sure I'm Celestial. I don't know. I don't remember. I keep bouncing between Celestial and GM1. Oh, I didn't start the stream.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay, let's see if this lowers my FPS like a shitload.
My order is sharp.
I'm not a...
My order is
Try
sharp.
play.
My mind is sharper.
I am.
They call me
Didi
now, but Daredevil will do.
Daredevil. Updated in the video recently? No, I'm not updating my. I'm on a different driver's date thingy. I can't use the latest drivers with Vegas because it doesn't. I can't render videos on my GPU with the latest version of NVIDIA's drivers. Right now, I'm on a version from last year.
I've traveled to hell and back.
It literally broke my editing software.
Do it again if it helps.
30 seconds before you attack.
Because Sony Vegas has an issue where the latest drivers, it just doesn't. You can't render the video with your GPU. And if I don't render a video with my GPU, it's going to take 10 years to render. I'm not, like, you don't want to render videos with your CPU. Because your CPU obviously is way weaker. So instead of the video, let's say you're editing a video and it's with your GPU, it'll take like an hour. Or let's say it's like a long video and it'll take like an hour or 40 minutes to render. If you use your CPU, it's gonna take like 2 hours. It's gonna take like 2 hours or an hour and like 45. It's like almost double the time. Or no, it is double sometimes. It takes way longer to render videos with your CPU compared to your GPU, since your CPU is obviously weaker. Oh, this is laggy as fuck. I can't use this. Nah, I can't. Nah, there's no way. I can't stream with my GPU. I mean, stream a TikTok with my GPU. This shit is too laggy. I can feel it. It's way too laggy. My FPS is under 100. My FPS, I can't stay over 100. This is actually so ass. Okay, I'm not using this setting. Yo, there's another Bucky. Yeah, I'm ending this TikTok stream. My FPS is so low. It's so low. Hell no, I can't use this setting. It's way too low. What in the fuck? Okay, that's a dead mission.
Keep up the momentum.
Oh, Intel. Wait. What? Oh, yeah, CPU it is.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Alright, go live. Like, how you play dive with low FPS? It's like impossible to play dive with low FPS. I don't know how the fuck people do it. I wouldn't even play the game if I had low FPS, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'd probably just quit.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. You won't be needing that.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, that's way less.
Strange.
I downloaded my driver a few updates. Went back to normal. Yeah, I'd config up. I'm not gonna lie. You just see me with the craziest config with stretch res and all.
Let the devil out!
Oh, I'm dead. Alt 01. Thanks for the follow. I don't know why you're using an alt, but is that just your name? I don't know. I mean, thanks for the raid. I said follow. Whoops. Thanks for the raid. Why's your name alt? You be streaming alts?
Rise, my friends!
Yo, Odin, thanks for the follow. Oh, he's getting pocketed to a different degree. Hop back on? Hell no. Hell no. Onion ring. This shit is cooked. This shit is cooked, I fear.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Come on. They can't handle the fact. Well, I mean, they're gonna accept it, so. I mean, whatever. They're gonna grow up eventually and just not care. So. There's no way I'm gonna be arguing with a grown man. Right? For the fact that I play Roblox, right? Where the fuck did my health bar go? Every time I dive, I get ult. Oh. This is so sad. Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Why'd you remove it? Remove what?
Now I see them.
Why'd I remove it? You said remove it. What did I remove?
Disappear!
Let's get to the world tour. Let the devil out!
Killing him in the spawn room is crazy. I killed him in the spawn room. Oh, that's funny. Killing him in the spawn room is sick work. Damn, that nerf is huge to Daredevil, bro. The reflect one. I can't just sit there reflecting while my like damage over time is killing them. It doesn't. You can't do that no more. So I really got cooked. Yeah. Okay, last match. Let's go back to rank. Yeah. Maybe we do customs. I don't know. We'll see. Damn. Did you ever hit? But he's still the best diver? Nah, that belongs to Spider-Man. Get ready for your nerfs.
Talk now, but Daredevil will do.
Freaky Monkey. Okay, what a name. Devil wants to Spider-Man. Get ready for them nerfs. Spider-Man can't. Who said he can't? What makes that? What is that supposed to mean? Can't.
Sometimes
he's too hard. What? What?
30 seconds before
That doesn't mean anything. Just because the character's hard don't mean that he's immune to nerfs. This game is not a hard game. That doesn't mean anything. Nerf his rollouts. Don't let him able to swing until he walks at least for 5 seconds. Turn him into a walker, bro. That'd be crazy. That'd be hilarious. He's not able to web swing out of spawn anymore and instantly come back to the team fight after dying.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
Oh my god, there's a penny every match in quick play. Don't play nothing else, I swear. The amazing man. He's not amazing. Oh hell no. Oh my god, bro. Fucking hate Penny Parker, bro. Oh, I went into the air. God damn it. I couldn't find him. Yeah, it's a quick play. Yeah, I was testing TikTok settings. I think I'm done testing now. I gotta figure out a way to.
Back to my old self.
Oh my god, I might have to just upgrade my streaming computer. I'm not trying to spend money though. Oh my. I'm trying to spend money though. I might have to just upgrade my maybe CPU? I don't know what I would have to upgrade. I think it would probably be my CPU though. Holy shit, every time I get stunned by this penny, I insta-die. Alright, bro, that's enough. I can't play dive until this penny is dead. Oh, they have a Cyclops too, that's not good. Oh my god. Where's the nest at? What is this? Oh my god, it has 0 HP. Are they running through tanks? Wait, what the fuck? Why are they running through tanks? That's funny. Oh my god, the Cyclops. Alright, the nest is dead. Can we play the game now? These guys are assholes, man. There we go. First rock is in the back, just keeping everybody immortal. Yeah, the usual. Goombino. What a name.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Hurry up.
This penny is clueless. Bro, he wasn't even looking at me. I swear to you. Okay, buddy. Bro says right on target. Like he even looked at me. As if he saw me. Like what? You didn't even see me. Okay.
Only 60 seconds left.
Looks like right on target. Ooh, that team up looks so fun. I need to try out that Wolverine team up. It looks fun. I want to try it. Yo, this rocket is actually beating my ass. Nah, that don't count. Nah, that don't count. That don't fucking count, bro. Bro is getting healed. Yeah, supports are fucking busted in this game, I swear to you. Because why is this guy beating me, bro? Yeah. Kind of a big deal. Yeah, kind of a big deal, chat.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Yeah. Those doors were my Iron Man.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'm dead.
Need a little boost. Thanks. Got my eye on someone welcome guests.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
Need assistance.
Hurry up!
Oh, there. Can y'all look up? Just a little bit. Like I'm not even flying high. Like I just need to. That skin is insane. Holy. Got no clue play rivals. Yeah, it's winning game. Oh, that girl's laggy. What? That rocket just tried to jump down and drive by me. Did you guys see that?
This is real firepower.
This rocket is frontlining. What is wrong with?
I'm hit. Cover me.
Nah, that guy is crazy. He's actually frontlining.
Look out, spider nest!
Maximum pulse.
Alright, that's what he fucking gets, bro. That's exactly what he fucking gets. I would have got a Groot too, but Groot survived the ult.
Maximum pulse.
This ult is so ass. It's gotta be like top 5 worst ults in the game, bro. God, I wish this ult ever worked. I really do. It's so bad. It's such a bad ult, bro. Like 9 million frame startup ultimate. At least make it so that after you shoot it, you can move instantly, bro. Like, he's just stuck. He's literally just stuck. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. It's so bad, man. He's literally just stuck standing there.
I'm back. Hurry up!
Let's not keep the weave awake, Nicole.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. It's okay. I turned frame gen on.
I'm back.
Oops.
The final 10 seconds.
DPS floor is bad or something mid-season?
Nowhere
All
yet.
DPSs in this game are buns. Why is there a rocket DPSing me? Ah! It's a fucking rocket, bro! I'm dead. Fuck you, bro. That's why you're still dead. Oh yeah, I'm him. Help! 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 Oh hell no!
Reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Fuck did she go? Oh yeah, beam galore. We should have let him rest so I can kill him again. Oh, I got headshotted. I got headshotted.
Iron Man operational again.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Powering up.
Optic Fury.
This is real firepower.
But he didn't get me in it. Oh my god, he didn't get me in the game at all. Why am I quick play? I was testing settings for TikTok stream. This is why I was making flyers so slow. Cause if flyers were fast, it'd be broken. Flyer meta would literally kill the game. If it's gonna be, if flyer meta is strong at low, oh fuck, I unplugged my camera. If flyer meta is strong at low level, imagine what it's gonna be like at high level. Yeah, good luck. I'm dead. Here, let me plug my camera back in. Also, I gotta switch the play. The copyright playlist on. I gotta charge my mouse as well. Yeah, right now before I forget.
Fear Magneto.
Final 10 seconds.
What are they doing back here? Oh yeah, these guys are crazy. They got a Magneto just for me. I'm flattered. Okay, that's not who I wanted, but I'll take it. Damn it. Get my camera unplugged. I don't know why. But just... We played together against each other before. You won with me and lost without me. This guy. Sounds like a pickup line. Wait, is it a pickup line? What the? Bro said we won together, but now I lost without him. Wait, chill. Don't shoot me. It was a joke. Oh man. All right, let's go ranked.
You can't expect to win them all.
Well, you can't expect to win them all. I'm dead ass. I was on BP. Ooh. Is that so? Stay with me. There we go. Damn, the only issue with me streaming on this computer with TikTok is that they can't hear song requests. That sucks. Oh well. I'd rather they can't hear song requests than me not be able to stream there. Coughing or lost? Tell me you remember. I generally don't remember, but I'm only telling you that because I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to lie to you and say I remember. I don't remember. But to be fair, I don't look at names. I don't look at names when I play this fucking game. I just be playing this shit. Yo, the king followed me on TikTok. I'm gonna talk. I got followed by the king himself. Hold on. That tournament was so funny. That tournament was so funny, bro. Oh, that tournament was great. No, Kingsman, not Flats. That tournament was hilarious. What's King's gonna be posting on here? Oh, he's live right now. No, the Jinx. He made a fucking fan cam, or not fan cam, a montage of the tournament, and people are so mad at him. Getting paid to Smurf is fucking hilarious. This Tony was like stealing candy from a baby.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Jinxie saying Magic wasn't banned. They put one above players against a guy who can't even play Rocket. World's most one-sided tourney. I watched all of this live and Kingsman Panu hard carried. I mean, because the issue with the tournament is that it's MRI rule set. So like, because you know how there's like saving and banning characters. If you banned Kingsman's Magic, they're gonna give Panu, they're gonna save Captain America. If you ban Panu's Captain America first, they're gonna save Kingsman's Magic. So you have to pick. Which one do you want to lose to? Like, I mean, yeah. So hey, that shit was hilarious, bro. Which one do you want to lose to? Pick one. They're on the same team, yes. Stay with me. You gotta pick which one you're gonna lose to. It's hilarious. There we go. My bad. Doing Kingsman on the same team was crazy. I didn't think it would be that bad, but I didn't think it was gonna be that bad because I thought Panu was like a celestial peak. No, he's an eternity peak, which is like what, basically max rank, and like what, top 500 is one above all. I didn't think that's what he was, but hey, whatever.
We are Cloak and Dagger.
I really don't feel like playing Cloak, so thankfully I was gonna do it.
Whose my order is sharp. My mind is sharp.
Round one, go!
Yokai and villains. They all fall by
30 seconds before you attack.
So the teams don't stand a chance. I mean, I wouldn't say it was that unbalanced. It really wasn't. Just that, because other teams had one above all players. Flats was one above all. Well, is just doesn't play consistently compared to like obviously Kingsman. Aramori is one above all, but she's support. There's only so much you can do on support. It's extremely hard to carry a whole team as support compared to like carrying as DPS. And J3 as well, but like he doesn't play nowhere near as much as Kingsman. He's not like rank 1 peak like Kingsman. The only one I can see that could possibly, well, no, the J3's team, I'm not gonna lie, was unfair. I looked at his team. His team was like literally all new people. The teams are not balanced with his team. Like that shit was like, I don't know. Oh my god, like. J3's team was probably, I think J3 has the worst team. He got drafted like the worst team. So even if J3 wanted to carry, you couldn't. Also, I am playing Sonic in the Magic. Are you kidding me? It was good having 2 dashes, unlike Black Cat. I wanted to do the reason why I was playing Black Cat is because I wanted to do a video showing how Black Cat nerfs. Maybe they weren't that bad, but no, that shit is really bad. I don't want the video to just be me sitting there just fucking dying over and over, so. Whatever. I guess I just won't do it. Body block of doom. Body block of doom. Where was he going? Was he trying to touch? My computer still feels really laggy with TikTok open, but I think it's playable, thankfully. Oh, but that lamps? Oh, that's lamps. Yeah, I'm about to walk in there all. Or not, never mind. What is hitting me? What is hitting me? What is hitting me? I wasn't even the real Loki. I mean, the real Luna. I thought it was the real Luna. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'd be heated if I bought that skin and couldn't really use it.
I'm back.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Body block of doom and despair.
Let the devil.
Should I turn Song Request on?
Shield nice, deep freeze.
Can I trust you guys to play some bangers or what?
Here they come now.
Enemy target located.
Look out behind you.
I need a Venom player to queue with. If I get a Venom dude, I'd go crazy, no? If I need an Ultron player when I play Blade. Yo, a Venom duo would go crazy. I need to get someone that plays Venom. Sean was about to learn Venom, but he's too busy. He's in the slam for 2x go. And he's doing a new challenger Street Fighter 6 tournament. And he's in 2 tournaments at the same time. So Lomo.
It seems we have company.
Back rows? Wait, wait, what? Oh, whoops, that's the wall. Oh man. Venom's really good. Yeah, Venom is really good. Really strong character.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Reborn once.
Thor main 2 tanks.
You're mine.
Hey, so I'm just wondering what's going on. I feel like we're getting a pick on the back line. I guess something's happening in the front line.
Your powers are mine.
What is happening?
I am ready to put on a show.
We should have walked back. We should just walk. Okay, or we can ult.
I can all after this. Are you dead ass?
Only 60 seconds left.
Are we dead ass? I'm taking the point. They don't realize it. What's up, Samantha? How you doing? They don't realize I have the point. They don't realize I have the point.
I mean, they're going to go. Yeah, I don't really know how to play this for you guys.
Yeah, I don't really know either. What's up, gang? That guy just got obliterated.
Yeah, Chuck booked it on me, so I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. You're mine. The valley.
Football as well? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. This match is a little fried, it seems. What was that? Okay. Yep, this match is over. That's awkward.
Step aside.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody's playing something they're not comfortable on,
0.
probably just switch to something you're.
Nothing was fried until never
Including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the
Oh
difference.
man, oh man, oh man.
Is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Yeah, I can't play Psylocke into this. I'm getting counterpicked by Loki, obviously. I don't feel like playing these other characters though, but I'll just play Blade.
To end the darkness that spawned me.
Ugh. I'll just play Blade, I guess.
Round 2.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You're forcing me on DPS. Wait, what? How's that guy forced on DPS?
Darling, am I supposed to believe that Odin had a Kingslayer daughter that I have never known of?
Taste cold steel. Hell yeah.
Alright, so does that mean we're gonna play better now? Since you're not on DPS? Is that what the insinuation?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You don't have to. We could have just triple tanked.
Hurry
this,
up and
I
kill
guess,
people.
if you think
Oh,
you
wow,
can.
okay.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I got frozen. Oh my god, I keep getting frozen. First chat demanding violence is crazy. Do better. Oh, he's a rage baiter for a shatter. Oh, great. Oh, brother. He's one of those. Damn, that guy got bodied. Whoa! I'm dead. Mid, what do you expect? Oh man.
I was born ready.
There's still a chance to stop them.
You came in just to dick eat.
Hey, so they're all backed up. So
Brother. Oh, he's so low, bro. I have 3 or 4 people on me. Can't watch streams. You're not watching the stream, you're just talking shit. That's different. You're not even watching the stream, you're just dick eating. Which is why he said that. Bro, what? Just rage baiting. Like, what do you mean? You're not just watching the stream, you're trying to tilt the streamer.
As good as new. The sword hungers.
Oh my, this character is so low tier.
A nice deep
1,000. Yo, my ults keep getting canceled this match. My Luna ult got canceled by freeze. My blade ult gets canceled by a grab.
I am ready to put on a show.
Can't even get to use no ults. Or my ult, my Psylocke ult gets canceled by Loki runes or something.
probably overcommitted ults, but it's fine.
It's fun.
One shot, Spectre.
I'm still permanent. Yeah, this character's still annoying as hell.
You stopped them in their tracks.
As good as new.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He ulted. Wow.
Sorry, soldier.
We'll get back in 3 seconds. Nah, I'm not gonna get it back. It's gonna end before I can get it back.
Slice and dice.
Can I get a heal? What? Where's our healers?
Oh, unlucky.
Unlucky indeed. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
So why did we lose that? Wish we had a Dino player. I don't know why we didn't have any Dino players, sadly. Should just went poke, I guess. So song request? Buy gifted. We got a sub goal to finish. 5 gifted. We got a sub goal to finish. 5 gifted. Fair enough. So Redneck Sniper, how you doing? How you been?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is
I'll play Cyclops this match. Blaze has been absolutely scaling at 2 X's today. I don't know. Oh, damn. W. I need to queue an Ultron player, bro. Yeah, Ultron pocketing me. Like, maybe like a Hulk player. Someone with, like, Brawl. Dude, like a Brawl comp. It's so much like damage you can put out playing with like a Hulk and like a thing or something. I love that comp. Some mug. Yo, Abby, thanks for the roses. The rich. Blade's best comp is Hulk thing. Night. MKMF. MKMF. Who's MF?
Pick your hero.
MKMF. What was
I'm not
that?
judging.
It's a fantastic. Oh, you just running full. Oh, they banned my fucking. Oh my god, bro! I can't play Cyclops, man. I felt like playing them.
The darkness that spawned me.
Bro got banned instantly. It feels surreal not seeing what's her name banned. Black Cat. It just feels weird looking at her not being banned.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
30 seconds.
You played Blade this season yet? Yeah, I did. I uploaded a video day 1 with the update.
What do they call you back?
It feels good.
We should just all run 6 DPS.
His ult is still like whatever in his gun, but I mean, other than that, I mean, it feels pretty good. I don't think he's gonna be top tier, but he's solid. Oh, thanks for the follow, dude. Oh, I gotta put the follow gold thingy back on.
The battle starts in 5,
Oh,
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We have demons to
I'll do it
slay.
later.
What are we waiting for?
There you are, you cheeky gits. Happy to help.
High A, low S, Blade.
My blade seems sharp.
I don't know about that. There's way better characters. I don't use this skin a lot. High A is crazy. Know what you could play? I was the Phoenix Daredevil. Star-Lord exists. So much better. Torture's got buffed too. I wouldn't say
Well done.
Blade is S or A.
I need time to heal.
Oh, match is gonna end anyway. Blade in S, that's insane. The most busted he's ever been. You mean he's the best? I'm all busted. I don't know how you would think Blade is busted the way he is. Still an easy kill. They poke, bro. Shut that guy down. SG coach, I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who that is. This is propaganda. What's up, Apis? How you doing? How the match has been? Not bad, not bad. Can't complain, I guess. Not bad, but not good. Like off. Win, loss, win, loss. Win, lose 2, win 2. Like that. I want to play Cyclops. I can't get a Cyclops game going.
Victory is in my sight. Victory is in my sight.
Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh man. There we go. Put this add source. Goal. Add. Follower goal. Oh, why does it look like this? Image, lock, goal, lock. Wait, what the hell? Yeah, this layout doesn't look bad on TikTok, I think.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Kill feed, camera border. Can I leave the border? TikTok, do you guys want the border or you want me to remove it? Maybe I should get rid of it.
Yo, can we get a second tank, guys?
Fuck no. What's that, a second tank? What is that? Second tank, what is that? Fuck no. Fuck no, you can't get a second tank. Fuck no.
30
Second tank,
seconds
what is
before
that?
you attack. Get ready.
Loki, why do you lie?
Well, dear, how else is anything done in this universe?
2026, we only solo tank?
I was a prisoner of the
Fuck
Collector.
no, can't get a second.
One day, I will get even.
Second tank.
Look, I don't like the way
Hell
you talk
no.
to me, okay?
The
I'm
battle
done.
starts in
Yo, what'd he
5,
say?
4,
I can do either.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Fuck, I did it wrong. I don't think it's worth doing the F with that. I think it's better to just do it.
Thanks for the boost.
Ooh, I'm damage boosted. Let's get this dino out of here.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Where the fuck did she go? She broke my neck. I can't lie.
That should make a difference.
Control lost.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, that, I forgot that. I forgot that that's how the ult works. Look at the way my ult went. I forgot it's like that, bro. You gotta use it in the air. Like, oh my god, I don't know how I forgot.
Propulsion beam.
That shit got nobody. Look at a brute, bro. Oh, this character. Can I get a heal? Oh, they're all
Their
dead.
team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Hold the shift to travel further? Yeah, I know.
That should make a difference. Force boost.
Oops. Like over too early. Oh my god, I'm almost one-shot her. This character is so broken, bro. Fuck, he ran away. Nice. Okay, like I can't get that guy. Surprised to see Cyclops ranked, not a big perma gun. Got lucky with him. That's unfortunate. Got lucky that he didn't get banned. He's using him in ban like every match. That's not good. Okay, why didn't kill me? I'm dead. I guess in a week will be pro ban. First time I had a chance to watch someone play him. Always see him. We need more damage. It's not working. They're on triple as well?
Yo, Infernasu, bro. Hop on the blade.
Hop on the blade? Bro, that dino's gonna eat me alive, bro. We need more damage. I don't think we need to run triple here.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, but
Get
then
ready.
if you hop on the blade, I hop on the Cyclops. You know what I mean?
Oh, you want to play him? Sure.
Victory is in my stuff. Staying
Sure, go for
alive
it.
is a
Hell
constant
yeah.
struggle.
Give a second support.
Oh, wait. Why do we have no second support now? Okay, we're trolling.
I don't know.
All right, we're trolling. Do you think Cyclops is the most broken DPS in the game right now? He's top. I think he's top 3.
Once they're good, I got this.
I think he's top 3. He does more damage than Hela and Phoenix at 30 meters.
Capture the mission area.
Phoenix takes 6 hits to kill. Hela takes 5. He takes 4, which is pretty disgusting. And also his TTK is extremely fast. Use like the combo, the attack cancel combo. Also, let's hope for that. Bro, that dino just ate my dino alive, bro. And they have a torch, bro.
Looks like it's lights out the Cyclops.
This is real firepower!
Now think about it. I could be a Venom player. Ally could be my Venom player. She only plays Venom sometimes. Yo, Ally, can I convince you to play a character? It's a support character. But is there a chance I can convince you to play or learn Ultron? Actually, Ultron's got nerfed. Okay, never mind. Can't even reach that guy. That sucks. Oh well.
Good rocket.
You're not in this alone.
No other guy's up.
Yo, Infernasu, they tell campfire stories about your blade.
Bro, what? Bro, what? This is not a good match to play Blade into. Well, mainly because of Torch and a Dino, but I'll do it.
Back in the game.
That is how I got pulled.
Oh shit. I got on, I got her. Supernova! 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Oh shit.
I got Jeff. It's not bad. Close the Dino Blaze. Nothing? Yeah, I know that already. This just grab is annoying. You're telling me stuff I already know. I can't just go in on the Dino when the torch is in the air, just keep shooting the fuck out of me.
That's good as new.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Oh, shittings.
That's not good.
Not gonna lie, it's gonna be dance to death, I won't lie.
Torch get a buff? Yeah, he just got a buff. His dunk has like a 15-second cooldown now.
Oh, shit.
This fucking Torch, bro. See what I'm saying? This is why I don't want to play this character here. This Torch is literally just on me. So I'm not just using my sword. I'm literally just only using my gun. Like, I have to kill this Torch. Someone has to kill him.
You know a word I
can't kill Torch's blade.
GG. GG.
GG's.
Plus one,
Can you
guys.
stop hovering the dinosaur, please?
Oh, lordy, bro. That's a wonder pun.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Alright, my bad. Reese's Puffs is his name? That's a funny name. That sucks. Only had 2 finals. I had 20k damage though. Hold on. Let me get something real quick.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
dash gonna knock him out of the sky if no one else is looking at him. He'll just get away. 2026, we only solo tank. Oh man. Okay, what am I playing? It's all the Mantis. All right. But what am I looking at? Banning the damn Dino. Because I don't want to play Punisher. I don't want to be forced on the Punisher just because Dino's not banned. They banned Star-Lord. Yo, Star-Lord's been banned every match. I never thought I'd see a season where Star-Lord's actually consistently getting banned. That's actually kind of cursed. Let me check his ban rate. His P's number, let's see. Dino's the #1 banned right now. This is all ranks though. See Celestial. A. I'm not getting banned still consistently. Damn. Cyclops up there too. Gambit is still rank 1 ban, of course. I'm not surprised about that. Character is still Looney Tunes.
Stay strong.
Mega Red as a Vanguard and grab flies out of the sky. Mega Red? Who's that? You see if Blade is 1 rate 1 up.
Seeking others like me.
And once we are done here, I will gladly take you to them, my dear.
52? I was ready to go up. Nice.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, well, the season just started, but I think it's gonna be pretty good, I guess.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
It took us a long time to learn that our powers are related.
We'll have the cloak team. Nice.
Anyone willing to help? What's the difference?
Is that Thor back again? It is Thor. Res Beacon. Big Latino. Okay, what a name. 33% ban rate and devs don't see a problem. They just keep nerfing Gambit barely. I don't know why they do like massive nerfs with like DPSs and tanks and stuff, but like they're yet to do a massive nerf for a support.
Nah, don't help, don't help, don't help.
Like Gambit should have got like hella nerfs ages ago, but instead they do a massive nerf to like tank pool or Black Cat the moment they come out. But they don't do the same for supports. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they were quick to do emergency buffs to buff White Fox. It's like there's literal bias. Like they buff White Fox instantly. They didn't do that shit for Blade or nothing. Are they 2 flyers? Oh, they are. What?
Maximum force!
Yeah, I guess. It's kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie, but all right. That was kind of insane. I can't lie, but whatever. My fuck still got MVP majority. Yeah, she still gets MVP easily. Yeah.
Something seems fishy here.
Why is there an Adam back there? Stop. Did he res after I killed him and then like fly all the way back there or something? Like, I killed him a while ago though, no? I was about to go in there and all. I have all, but I don't have reason to. I mean, okay, I guess. fucking Christ. Wow, I did my team when I died in it. What?
This time I need healing.
We are undefeatable!
Infernasu, aren't you a Roblox YouTuber?
Nope. What is that?
Yeah, I know you.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Are we portaling or what?
I used to watch your tap slow videos.
What is that?
Are you actually Infernasu? It is you, huh? Can you give me an autograph on my cake?
On your what?
Hey, I just want y'all to know, if you ever see me fighting Adam, don't help me, please.
Don't help me.
I need this 1v1.
Don't help you? What do you mean don't help you?
Don't help me. I
Hey,
don't
yo.
want help. I want this 1v1.
I got freaky as shit.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is
Least strange. Literally, least strange. Boys, is too freaky, bro.
Yeah, stay on close. We got this, I promise.
Fellas, is too freaky.
I'll still be healing, but like...
Oh, the slam is tomorrow, bro. I can't wait to see that.
Round 2.
We're on quad support, are we?
but only if we
Where are we on quad support? You'll play the Wolverine game when it comes out? Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You move with such stealth. You could be an excellent sparring partner.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our
What was I gonna do?
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5.
I told you, stay on
4,
cloak.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
We're portaling?
This is a cosmic mystery given true form.
Should I go like Daredevil or something on front of port? Oh, why the fuck is there an Adam in here? Oh, I lost my team up. What the fuck?
Out of sight.
Almost died. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, he just rezzed and killed me. That's so whack. Dude got off close, so I lost my team up.
I got you covered.
Like I tried to do the combo with the team up, and I was like, wait, why is this not coming out?
Final score 1, 2, 0. Another epic victory.
I didn't tweet the stream out, did I? I forgot. Wait, Red is the Wolverine villain? He's actually the most underrated and sadistic villain? Is that so? I've never heard of him. Oh, damn it.
Rank up jitters? Nah, I've been here before.
Rank up jitters? What the?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Where is my blade right now? 9. We wanted to get that up.
I'll fight
we wanted to get that up.
Darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
What's up,
match?
Dom? How you doing? Oh man, I gotta think of a way to fix my TikTok, make it not lag on my other computer. Bro, I'm literally streaming at 30 FPS, bro, in 720p. Like that, I don't know. There's no other way I can optimize it. You gotta do exclamation point song, not current song. Current songs for song requests tonight. I didn't make both of them just the same command. I might just do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Can I do that right now real quick? Let me see. Oh, it's Nightbot. I can't put that from here. Wait, does it work? That is with Nightbot. Give me a second.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Damn, I don't remember where I did this at. Oh, that guy's a freak.
Yo, can we please play Invis for defense?
Wait, Gambit's not banned? GG. Where do I do this at? Exclamation point song. Oh wait. I think I did figure it out. I'm just logging to the wrong account.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What is the command? Current song?
The craftsmanship of your swords is truly exquisite. Yeah, there are.
Like I said, this is weird.
Feel guilty using them in a fight.
There we go. Okay, now the command is the same for both. Song request and current song is the same command now. There is no exclamation point song. So if song request is off, it'll still give you the song name. Rank right now, GM's 1. That guy just got 1 tap.
Looks like there are worse things out tonight than vampires.
I'm trying to get 1 shot by this Hawkeye.
Slice and dice.
Gotta keep moving because this Hawkeye is gonna take my head off. He tackled me well. I just jumped from D1 to plat, bro. I can't lock in.
So we know comms that? Like, I didn't know he was there.
Okay. Punisher came out of literally nowhere. Celebrating like the next tendrils, death spores in his body. That guy sounds loaded as hell.
Slice and dice.
Where is this GM1? He actually got some before he died. Wow.
Open season.
Very surprising.
A little help, please. They faded halfway. Stop them.
Ah, man, I'm not getting healed.
Feeling fantastic.
That's what I needed. I was born ready.
Hmm.
I'm cutting in. You're lucky I was here.
Wow, that guy is destroying my supports.
Yo.
That guy is bodying my supports with that shotgun.
Is that the Infernasu? Yeah, I was at the NBA funeral. I'm gonna let you know that right now. I was there.
Cap. That's Cap.
I was there. I was at the funeral. I was at the.
That's Cap.
I was there, man. What you mean?
That's Cap.
They hit a checkpoint.
Mm-mm.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Nah, that guy crazy. What? Nah, that guy is actually ridiculous, bro. What? Did you just see that? Why would he do that? My man is crazy with it. What? Who does that? I fucked that up badly. Do we have no healers? Oh, he got lineups. Oh, okay. And then they give stuff like that to punish it, but then Black Widow has batons. It's actually hilarious, bro. But Black Widow gets batons. Some fuck ass batons that take less to kill than actually meleeing. That's so hilarious, bro. Momo? I don't know. I don't think it's Momo, unless he's literally doing another account doing it. I'm about to say, like, what's this guy die? Like I double slowed him, like.
Shotgun putty on height, bro. I literally peeked you one. Shotgun putty, left side.
Oh my god, he just ulted me. Just sub-shove in the middle of a blade. Oh, yeah, I don't know what that was. I shouldn't have ulted there. I thought they were gonna sit there patty caking, but they walked to the spawn. Fuck.
Us against the world. For mutant kind.
Oh, that sucks. Is that Punisher back there?
Snack time already. The hunt is on.
Son, bro. Can I, like, play the game? Stream freezing. Shouldn't be freezing. I'm not streaming on that computer with my TikTok or nothing. I'm not testing anything right now. Shouldn't be freezing at all. I know there's a delay on the stream right now, though, because I was testing shit earlier, but other than that, no, it shouldn't be lagging. There's like a 5-second delay on the stream right now because I was testing stuff. I made my stream lag, but...
Back in the cave.
Individual first, I guess.
I was born ready. Taste cold steel.
Are you kidding me?
This is real.
Yeah, that's all you, yeah. God, this match is annoying, bro.
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
BP on it.
Tremble before fast. You never stood a chance.
Only 60 seconds left. Don't give them another chance. Double KO.
Can I hit a dash? Damn, bro, can y'all fight me, man? God damn, bro, nobody want to fight. Holy shit.
Also, watch out, shotgun putty. He's coming.
Damn, nobody want to fight. 5-second delay, still didn't read the last ad. I mean, you're adding me every sentence, so like, I don't have time to read a whole sentence mid-match. You're writing like very long sentences.
Slice and dice.
Like, oh shit, what the hell? I did the spin bug thing.
Armed
hell no.
Nowhere yet. Going to overpower.
My man ran instantly. Oh my god, my spin actually does damage now, so I can actually kill people on walls now. Punisher's ulting through that portal. That works nice.
The current score is 0.
Hidden tech? I don't know how the fuck I did that, but it was pretty sick.
Time to switch things up, including
That was
which
pretty sick.
side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Big bro, why you abandon us? Every night I hug my ABA plushie, going to sleep crying, thinking about you, the GOAT.
Bro, what?
You just vanished. Nah, I be like hugging my ABA plushie, like crying on it, saying Infernasu, no, come back, please. And I be dreaming, I be praying to the stars. It's not gonna happen, like
Son.
I know, but like,
Son.
Yo.
Lock in.
Nah, I'm locked. What you mean?
No, you're not.
Save the world. I
love
my job.
You wouldn't be asking me this if you was locked in.
I'm winning this for you, big bro.
Before you attack.
This one for you.
Can I play Widow? Let's see if you win it. If you're really about it, you can carry me while I'm on Widow.
Go Widow, go Widow, go Widow.
Oh, hell no.
Go Widow. What you mean? I got you.
One raccoon skin hat.
Yikes.
Can I ask you a question?
Technically, I ain't a raccoon, but
Yo.
something
Who'd you play?
tells me I shouldn't push my luck.
I played Karisugu, Misaka, Illumi,
4,
and
3, 2,
Grimjow.
1.
Okay, those are valid characters. I was gonna mute you if you said something terrible.
See?
If you said some slop, I was gonna mute you so fast.
Yeah, I don't play that lame shit.
I respect you. I respect you.
Hell yeah.
I'm not challenging this Venom. Coming back on. Misaka? Bro, Misaka wasn't even broken, bro. Y'all just baby raged. Y'all got her whole combo removed, bro. Y'all just baby raged. Like, what? Holy shit, can I hit something? The up 2 combo was gas. That shit got removed, though. Because everybody kept baby raging. That combo was sick. With the tech, that shit was sick.
I ult.
This is real firepower!
Taste cold steel. The hunt is over. 1,000 gods!
I'll patch you up. Armed and dangerous!
Who the fuck did he just ult? What is happening?
Someone scratch my back.
They really walk people down? Yep. What's a mix front line and back line blade? Or just straight dive? A hybrid. Do both. He's not really like that strong at any of them, but he can do both. But he's really good at diving when he's at 10. Just like the thing. Oh my shit, my aim is so ass today. Oh my goodness. Kill this guy. Stop bubbling these dudes,
Bucky's
bro.
on the flank again.
Does this Bucky just flank 24? That's all he does?
You're lucky I was here.
Yeah, that was very smart of that rocket. Yeah, this Bucky just flanks every time.
Slice and dice.
The
hunt is on.
Final 10 seconds. The vehicle reached the checkpoint.
I mean, I saw you guys lost.
Are you supposed to? Oh no, I read that already. Bro needs to chill? What do you mean?
It seems we have company. Boom, one shot. Back in the game.
The back up, tight that.
That was a horrible roll. Both of those were horrible. Oh, what the fuck?
Someone clip this!
Shield up.
The hunt is on.
I don't have all.
My healing factor can't keep on. Dangerous!
The hunt is on. Back in the game. Snack time already.
Well, let's move up. Let's take some space. I'm at all.
Hell yeah.
That sucks. I got pulled out of it. Oh, she went forward? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, she was hiding from the... Oh, whoops. I didn't know where she went. I thought she ulted up. But I forgot Mag was ulting. That guy's weird. He just tried to solo me. Yeah, that's what he gets. Because then what reason do you have to solo me there? Jojo Con, what was that? The Jojo train? Oh.
Slice and dice.
Oh man, this freaking team, bro, just shooting me and shooting me and shooting me. Oh, I gotta miss again. Fuck, I missed.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Hell yeah.
For JojoCon, saying JojoCon doesn't when you play JoJo games. I know you miss me. Sure.
The sword hungers.
Blade, let's combo.
Back in the
Let me know when you want to go, Blade.
Sure. Do it now.
Honestly, now.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
There was one. It's con, right? No.
30 seconds.
It's just CON.
Okay, they're TPing on us.
Just CON.
Armed and dangerous!
The final 10 seconds. Us against the world.
I waited.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
In this fucking world!
Not over yet. I can't see 9. I need to go kill those healers back there, but I can't.
1,000 gods!
Somebody's go kill those healers back there. I'm dead. I could I can't be at both places at once. I have to stay on the point, but I gotta go kill the healers at the same time.
The hunt is over.
Final score 2-3.
Who said to follow him back on TikTok?
Expect to win them all.
Unfortunate. Pick up Hawkeye. Yeah, that was frustrating. Holy shit, I got 29 finals. What the fuck? Poor Hella. I don't know. I was brawling for a long ass time. We just couldn't secure it. How many missions? Damage taken, healing done. Strategist, Vanguard. Switch to Vanguard one. Get my ass beat for 20k. Okay. How's life been? Life's been good. GG, dude. That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yeah, I probably should have played a different DPS. Because we needed people killing the back line. I can't be both places at once. I just went Psylocke and just dived.
Want to know a secret? Crime always pays.
Unwanted guest.
I can't believe they nerfed this character this hard.
You crossed my path.
Damn, and her ult range is lowered too. I mean, that needed to get lowered because just zooming across the map like that was kind of insane. But they nerfed the damage, took away her ability. Cooldowns got raised. Wait, no, cooldowns didn't get raised. Cost got raised. I think it's cooldown got raised. Technically, cooldown of her dash got lowered since it's a charge thing now or whatever. So sad.
My victory is in my sight.
Have you tried Deadlock? Yeah, I streamed Deadlock a lot, like 2 months ago or 3. Game's aight. The only thing I don't like about Deadlock is that the game is like doesn't have a lot of characters I really like. So if I don't roll the character I like, I want to get off the game. I want to literally get off the game. Remaining Yujiro? No. I'm not playing Yujiro. I'm playing Clive. Kunimitsu Clive. I'm not playing Yujiro. I don't really care about Yujiro. I'm gonna do my video, but that's it.
Yo, can I play Cyclops?
Sure.
Thanks.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My odachi is sharp.
I feel like I lose my mind a little bit.
Mind is sharper.
Might be a one trick and deadlock, bro. I'm not a one trick in that game. It's just like I just want to play Mina. But I get Mina, it's just like bruh. It's just like a bruh. I don't really want to play no more on Mina.
Round one. I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Farewell.
No, I don't know what the time stream and
Oh, I want to use the other skin. Oh well. What's up, Kalna? How you doing?
brain trust builds the other gizmo. We'll all get to go back home. Milk.
Tachi will go with stage. Yep.
The battle starts in
We're there for a while.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You jump this? Oh, you can't jump this?
I am Groot.
After what Alchemax did to me, I'm more than ready for a fight.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Out of sight.
Better stop that vehicle.
I used the temp and died well. I got terror caped. Wow.
Sayonara.
I don't know why I dived like that. That was stupid of me. I was supposed to shoot her bait cooldowns. But I was still just dashed in.
Better stop that vehicle. They made it half lane. Stop them.
Did that hurt?
Hey, Tina, enjoy the amplifier.
What the fuck? Why is that guy right there?
The old hit list. You're welcome.
Enemy tag. Follow them.
I didn't know we were winning. My bad.
You stop them in their tracks. You're mine.
That guy's getting healed like crazy up there.
I seem to be unprotected.
That's better.
Us against the world.
Got my eye on some welcome guests.
I am ready to put on a show.
This Magneto, bro.
This will do nicely.
Wow. I should just dash through and went to health back.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Light cannot be snuffed.
Somebody swap healer.
Damn, put it down. Damn, y'all gonna kill that girl? That girl needs to die, no?
Only 60 seconds left.
How do you have a bubble? Wait, did we lose? Oh my goodness, bro. Okay.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Raise Magneto over seen, I suppose. I don't know.
Double KO.
sacred than a temple.
Better stop that vehicle!
Out of sight.
Where the fuck did she go?
Here they come now. You're mine.
Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Enjoy the
Out of sight. What a difference. You're mine.
Holy. Oh, this fucking. Oh, wow. Wow, bro, that wall. That wall cucked me so hard. No. That sucks.
There's still a chance to stop them! Only 60 seconds left. Better stop that vehicle! Release the Glotron!
Why is she old?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Damn, she didn't die? That's crazy. Damn, we're getting rolled. Sheesh, we're getting rolled.
My light cannot be snuffed.
A nice deep freeze.
Out of sight.
What the fuck was my old tracking?
Your day ends, demon.
The first two slashes went nowhere.
You're mine. I like what a difference.
Oh, let's play a game!
Sayonara.
Both sides headshot damage. I think you need a buff headshot damage. Do I read the chat? Yeah, I do.
Only 60 seconds left.
I have to make that sound when I shoot that guy.
I am ready to put on a show! Release the Glotron!
That's better.
Embrace the ball!
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Co-op time!
Yeah, this isn't working.
You want me to alter in
30 seconds.
with no combo?
Nice deep freeze.
Step aside.
I can do that.
Don't give them another inch.
Good to go.
The current score
You want me to
is
just...
Let's play also. If the iconic line is from the game of the beginning,
time to
for
switch things
the
up, including which side you're on.
You're from the say one iconic line.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
Send the money.
I'm not a hero.
I didn't
I'm the
have it.
Punisher.
Send the money. You will get scammed.
Who's ready to go?
Because you will get scammed.
Round 2.
If you're not careful, mate, you start to become the monster yourself.
Wants to buy me a skin? No one's gonna buy you a skin. Why are you begging in my chat? Nobody gonna buy you no skin.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Bro said he wants to buy me a skin.
You're a shooter like me. There's no shooter like me, buddy.
Never figured I'd have something in common with a raccoon.
I'll buy you a skin. Okay. This guy's capping.
Nice.
The battle starts in
This gonna be my chat soon.
4,
Bro,
3,
what are you saying?
2, 1.
It was a yapper.
There you are, you cheap. Thanks for the love, love.
It took us a long time.
Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
Lots to destroy here.
This match is so boring. Oh, we have a Punisher already. Okay.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Damn, I almost killed that guy.
Thanks for everything. Here come the bad guys.
Watch your step. Dodge this way.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You make quite the hunting partner.
The web of life and destiny is depending on us.
What the fuck?
Keep going. It's time.
Got you good.
Someone scratch my back.
Shot to the soul. Release.
Oh my fuck. Oh, I still got him. No! I tried to pull it. I got pushed by Mag. That's fine though. I still got a support ult. There we go.
Love to see the match.
Love right there. Shot to the soul.
Almost there. Turn back now.
How the game's been? Game's been alright today.
Totally.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Breathing gunshot. Shot to the soul. Should we pay them off? Thanks for the love, love.
Never miss. Those guys are about to shoot at us. Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
Shot to the soul. Love that kick.
I'm missing like crazy today. My aim is so off today.
Shot to the soul. Diablo's hungry. Breathing gunshot.
And just trying to push me off the map.
Breathing gunshot.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Whoa, that's a lot of ults.
Shot to the soul.
I'll patch you up.
Got you good. Breathing gunshot.
Dude, I'm just missing everything today. Holy shit. Really killed him if I hit the shot. I just keep missing today. My action's 33%. Let's get my frames over because I'm streaming on Twitch. I don't fucking know. Wow. Early see you play this character? Yeah, that was just kind of rusty, but I keep playing there to get better at her.
Only 60 seconds left.
Never miss.
Fuck this, you gotta go.
Alright.
Oh my goodness, I can't kill nobody. Oh, you're getting pocketed so hard. Frames are a little choppy. Yeah, that's why I don't like sharing from this computer with fucking TikTok open. It is a little choppy. I just gotta, I think I might have to upgrade my second PC. Can't get close enough to ult. Got her. I gotta heal so I can go ult. Oh my goodness. Well, it's nothing. Oh my goodness. What specs do I have right now? Do I expect my specs? Let's move with 3 streams. No, it's separate PC. One PC is not. It's just TikTok Live too. It's so fucking laggy. Oh my god. Nah, I have to end this TikTok stream. Shit's making me lag too much. It's spiking.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
I just been playing with it, but I'm gonna restart it. On the other fucking computer. Oh, I closed it. Now my game feels instantly smoother. Look at my FPS. I'm at 300 now. I have frame gen on, but rough frame gen was at like 200.
Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep freeze. Thanks for the love, love. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh my fucking goodness, this girl is so annoying. Oh, she missed. I would have missed. Oh no. Oh my god, I saw her, she missed.
30 seconds.
She fucking missed. Okay, it's the dud. We're getting cooked, goddamn. What is this guy doing? Bro, you button. I haven't hit one good Elsa.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. So close. This is your big chance.
Careful the fall. Oh, these fucking brute walls. I can't.
Us against the world.
No! Fuck! I tried to shoot him off the map. Oh man, yeah, I can't put a TikTok on this. It's too fucking laggy with that shit open, man.
Well, you can't
They should optimize their dog shit app. You know, Peter sounded like that. Peter. Wait, what? Elsinurf is a lot harder to kill stuff. I mean, yeah, but I was lagging that whole match. I just was playing with it because it wasn't that bad, but after turning it off, I realized how noticeable it is. But then again, I didn't hit a single ult, bro. I didn't have a single good ult. I couldn't. It's like hard because Angela's just literally on me. Trying to think of an idea to make it so it won't lag on my streaming computer, but I can't think of anything. I've tested everything I could test. I'm not gonna stream lower than 30 FPS. Bro, I already stream in 30 FPS on TikTok and it's still so fucking laggy. 30 FPS, 720p, it's still laggy as hell. Like, you can't go lower than that, no? Like, I'm not about to stream in 1440p. Like, I don't know, bro. But for that there's no amount of money, bro. You stop trying to buy everything with money, bro. There is no amount. I don't want your money.
Victory is in my sight.
Fucking hell, bro. There's a way I can make it not lag.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this
What's up, Moon? I got nothing, bro. That shit is so laggy, bro. Here. Let me dig around in the settings. Let me digging. Do some digging. Orlos, thanks for the follow. Mobile sucks. Promo bugging. I touch mobile is not that bad. Sometimes. Not that bad for me sometimes.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Also, let me know when you want to play.
Victory is in my sight.
Oh, what is a way I can make this shit not lag, bro? Probably getting farmed by TikTok all year, bro. The bans, the randomly getting kicked from the program shit because of the bans. It's just all false positive, and then this optimization on this app is so ass cheeks.
Round one, go!
She's been farming me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We getting cooked, I can't lie.
You're not a symbiote.
Not yet.
I think I can use Streamlabs OBS since they're partnered with TikTok. I think I can do that, but I'd have to transfer like all my scenes and shit. Or I think that part's easy, but I don't know if my I don't know if my plugins work with that.
4, 3, 2.
I use regular OBS. The Streamlabs OBS takes more resources.
The mission area. Got it?
Streamlabs OBS takes more resources. Oops. Wrong button.
Someone scratch my back.
The stream is fried. What do you mean? Oh, it's fried right now? Or what do you mean? Wait, why is it lagging? I didn't do anything. Bro, all I did was open Live Studio. That shit laggy as fuck. It's lagging right now? All I did was open TikTok Live Studio on my computer and that shit started lagging? That's insane. I didn't even go live or nothing. It's good now? That's because I closed it. What the fuck? Why is it got... What the... How did it get more lag here? That's odd. I'll do it after this match then, I guess. What do? No, it's just the app is horribly optimized. So it takes so much resources on my computer that makes me lag. It's not on me, it's on them. The false positives though, that's also on them. That almost killed me. That didn't kill no one with rocket amp? Damn. Are you serious? Oh my god, the pocket of doom, bro. I almost killed this guy like 7 times. I keep getting him 1 HP and he just survives. God damn, it's not like I'm not hitting my shots on this guy. I'm hitting the hell out of him. He just keeps surviving at 1 HP. How did my ult not kill no one with that rocket? Begin mag bubble, white fox. Nah, I need to check the replay, bro. I need to check the replay. Cause my ult should have killed them, no? Okay, buddy. Got the invis. Holy shit.
I'm opening a portal. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Good Spider-Man, no way. Relax, he pressed Q once.
A nice deep freeze.
You're welcome.
Wow. I'm lucky.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
That should make a difference. I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
A nice deep freeze.
I'll never catch you on a fire.
He held that for so long, we all had time to walk out of it. What the fuck? He held that for like 10 years. Why do you hold it for that long? My grandma had time to walk out of it. Damn. You get so happy to... Nah, bro. You gotta admit that was troll. Why'd he hold that long? Bro, you know damn well I'm right, too. Why you on my ass like you know I'm not right, too? You know I'm right, too. You not lying, though? Exactly. That man trolled. I'm about to critique your Mantis next. Hold on. Well, I already get on your ass about Mantis. Mr. Mantis in 222. I tell you this shit every time. You get the beach skin? Oh no, I think you did. So you got it.
I would know that before.
You gotta be shitting me, bro. I'm open mic telling people I want to play Mantis. Bro, you gotta lock Duelist, bro. You gotta lock Duelist and then like switch to Mantis. Because if you play Mantis, if you hover Mantis on pick phase, they're not gonna go a third healer. They're gonna just walk out the base trying that shit. And you know I'm right too. They will do that. Yo, caught me. Thanks for the 47. I'm dead as fuck. Just reworking? Nope. They're not reworking her. Unless they get rid of triple healer, they're not reworking her.
W47.
Just take rid of triple healer.
Only 60 seconds left.
Appreciate the 47, dude. Thank you. 47 months. It's fucking crazy. What the fuck? Is that a fly? What was that? I don't know what that was. Am I stuck?
Now it's showtime.
I don't know what that was. Something just flew in my room.
Someone scratch my back. Time's running out. That should make a difference. 30 seconds. Maximum impact. Push it up. Maximum impact. Deliver this.
Yo, what the fuck? What? That got me through the wall. Bro, how does this rocket have ult again? What does this rocket's ult cost? What? Son, this rocket has ulted like 17 times. The rocket's ulted like 17 times. Alright, that's been fun, guys. Go have fun and watch.
Time to switch things
I'm watching. Alright, see you, dude. So for 4 years. I want to say is thank.
The right heroes.
Wait, why did my message cut off?
Victory is in
My page crashed. Oh, thank you. No problem, dude. Play usually content. Your favorite character to play? Blade or Psylocke? Mod Boy is crazy. That's fucking crazy. Mod Boy is crazy. Good night, Mod Boy. Boy. Mod Boy is crazy. Mod Boy.
Blasting through. I'll never turn down a shield.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh my goodness,
It must be
bro.
hard fighting to protect a world that hates and fears you.
I imagine it's equally difficult.
What's your opinion on all the
fighting for a
Deadpool
world that
variants?
hangs on your
They're not bad.
How so?
I don't like playing with heal pool though. I hate playing with heal pools.
And when we do, everyone is watching, and they're ready to.
Because the supports are so broken and you choose to play the most balanced support.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You're a bunch of deadweights. I can do this myself.
Thanks for the boost. Namor is subject to automation. Your army's been filleted, Namor.
Yo, stand next to your fucking team so I can beam them, please. Over there. Bro, go over there, Magneto. Nice. Nice.
That should make a difference.
Where are they going? Shift needs to be on a 20-second cooldown. Nope. 12 seconds. 12 seconds. 12 seconds, all I need.
Right on target. I'll patch you up. Ready to go full force. What vile creature's Namor has summoned? Someone scratch my back. I like it. Perfect angle.
Oh my god, I almost killed that guy.
Enjoy the amplifier.
You went Storm? Are you stupid? Why would you go Storm? Oh, my man's trolling. Oh, hell no.
I set it up, but you did the hard part.
The big Storm and the big 26. Against this literal hit scan character.
Team play. That should make a difference. Your forecast just changed. Full blast. They never stood a chance, Eric. Perfect angle. Disappointing.
I have 40 kills. Holy shit. I'm actually popping off this match. I'm like part 50 bomb. I'm not even getting kills with my ult. I'm literally just doing this with base kit. That's why I said this character's base kit is probably one of the best base kits in the game. His base kit is so cracked. You went for me? Oh, nah, I'm out of there. Fuck. He has one of the best base kits in the game. But his ult is like very hit or miss to balance it out.
I had you in my... I'm an X-Man. We always come back. Propulsion beam.
That's TV.
Too late now, I guess. Oh, it's not too late. We can touch eyeball. Wait, Rocket, you can all melt.
Yo, do you even play Roblox anymore? Or...
Holy shit, I got cooked.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
It's boring, isn't it?
Yep.
You need to stop that vehicle in its
I got deleted the moment I peeked. Holy shit.
I owe you big time. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. On your toes.
Fuck. Don't hit me. I don't even know where you... We just got ult dumped on, literally, like... He did hit me. Fuck.
The professor didn't train quitters.
We got ult dumped on.
Knew I saw trouble.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Holy fuck, bro. I'm getting shredded. Oh, I gotta play safer.
I'm an X-Man. We always come back. Propulsion beam. Ready to get your yarn on? Hey, team! Enjoy the... This is real firepower!
You are not me, bro. Bro thinks he's me.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Quadra.
You were in my path.
Bro thinks he's me.
Snowball fight.
Got her. Bro, this character is damaged. Egregious as fuck. Oh, I gotta finish the shit for the subathon next month. I gotta set the sub goals and all that. Finish setting all of them. I'm dead as hell. I got laser. I gotta finish setting all the sub goals. The sub goals aren't gonna be that high this time around. I just want to break my sub count.
If the battle's not done,
I just want to break my my all-time sub count, which is what, 2017. So I'm probably not gonna have anything past that. Or if I do, it's probably just gonna be like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. 2017 is my all-time sub count.
Back up.
I'm ready, Rocket.
I'm gonna middle point.
Final score 3-2-2.
Oh man.
Another epic victory.
What a character, bro. That's 21 finals, damn. Bro, I wasn't even getting a lot of kills my ult until like the end. I started comboing with Rocket. That's crazy, nerve BP. I'm glad this dude don't got a team up with Phoenix. Check the replay. Oh, for the ult. The first ult was right, wasn't it? Oh, also let me see if I can fix the fucking TikTok stream because you guys said it lagged my game or my stream. No, that's not me. Okay. One right here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Invis jumping out of it. Please, bro. Oh my god, they all scattered like flies. That's how I got no one. Blade blocked it, of course. Yeah, Blade blocked it. Oh my god, bro. I was like, yo, that was a fat one, no? It was fat. 1, 2. Look at the initial damage. Oh my god, he got chunked by initial damage because of the rocket beacon. Or maybe it just wasn't affecting me yet, but I had 4 people in it. Yo, this explosion would have killed all of them. With rocket beacon, except Blade, because he blocked it. Yeah, see, he blocked it. Holy shit, this is what this looks like? Oh my god, what is this character? This is what this all looks like? Oh my god. Absolute destruction. If they get 1 heal in between damages, yeah. Jeez, bro. What a cool ass ult, though. That sucks, bro. I'm over here like, bro, that was a good lineup, no? God damn it, man. They all scattered like flies. She went into her fox mode and dashed out. Okay, I'm gonna open up TikTok again. Let me know if the stream starts lagging. Oh, I should probably go in game for this. I'm not gonna start the stream though. I'm just gonna put the settings back to what I had at the start of the stream.
Right from one cosmic disaster to the next. Story of
I haven't
my
seen
life.
Star-Lord all day today. Holy shit. This character's been perma-banned today. Well, actually, I think we saw him once, but this character's been getting banned. I never thought I'd see a day when, how'd you fix your game audio for being muffled? There was a random-ass Windows setting on called, enhance audio something in the brown, in the, here, I can just show you it actually on this computer. If I can pull it up on this computer. I guess it just randomly turned on or something. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so you know how you go into this thing? For some reason on my like my microphone, because I get the audio from this computer and I send it to my audio mixer and then it goes in through the input to my streaming computer. So on this, for some reason, where is it? This was selected, and I guess I turning this off just fixed it. I'm not gonna turn it off here because I guess my audio is fine here, but it was this setting. I unchecked this and it somehow fixed it. I don't know how that correlates, but whatever. It fixed it, so I just didn't question it. Whatever though. Let me know if the stream is lagging. I have TikTok open now. It's so random. Jesus shit, this shit is so laggy. It takes ages to open too. It takes like 2 minutes to open. I'm so sick of complaining about TikTok. I just want to stream. Like, I don't know why it's that hard. Flax just dead ass gave up today. He tweeted today saying he's just gonna give up. He's done. Because Flax keeps getting banned. Just like me.
Oh, they do not look happy.
I thought I was the only one going through this ban stuff. No, I'm not. Getting loop banned on this damn platform, bro. A little laggy. How is it even lagging? I didn't even start the stream. That's the crazy part. All I did was open the application. Is that not insane, bro? Like, what? The settings button won't work. Oh my god. Okay, it finally opened. When you press a button, it takes like 10 years to open. I've never seen a platform so unoptimized in my fucking life, bro. It is put together with like a stick or something. I don't know. $852x480. 852x480. What does that even look like?
Here they come.
It's giving me that's the lowest I can go when it comes to streaming on TikTok. Cause I stream in 720p and it's laggy. So I'm gonna try 480p, I guess. That's the lowest I can go, I think. I'm gonna stream in 480p, bro. If this just lags, I give up, bro. I'm gonna cap the FPS at 25. 25 FPS, 480p. Let's go. Let's get it. Bro, this shit's too laggy, bro. That's the lowest I can go. I'm starting to stream up. This shit about to look like ass. Let me look at it. I'm gonna pull it up on this computer and see what it looks like.
Oh boy, here they come.
This shit about to look like ass. Okay, I'm live on TikTok in 480p. I gotta wait for it to load. It takes like 30 seconds or something like that. Come on, come on. Oh, there you go. Live. Oh, it don't even look that bad. Okay, let me move around.
Oh, thought you had me.
We do like a all. Oh my god. Okay, it looks pretty bad. not that bad. Okay, that's not that bad.
Oh, thought you had me.
Wait, oh my god, my Twitch stream is lagging now. Bro, what am I supposed to do, bro? Now my Twitch stream is lagging? Oh, great.
Oh boy, here they come.
Hold on. The TikTok might be fried, I can't lie. GG, no, I can't give up on it, bro. I can't just give up on it. I'm not gonna give up on it. Why does TikTok use that many resources? I don't fucking know, bro. I think I have an idea of something I can do, but I think I would have to do it next stream. I'd have to do it next stream though. Looks like you're playing on a PS4 jet engine. A PS4 jet engine is crazy. I think next year I'm gonna try using Streamlabs OBS. That's like the last option I can think of. I'll do that next stream though, not today. Oh, it sent me to Mark Deasy. What's Mark doing? He's playing Cyclops. Why does this stream look like this? It's a funny way to do it. It's actually a smart way, actually. It's actually a pretty smart way to do it. You just stretch the res like crazy. All right, let's go back in. Did you do the Minecraft sponsor? Yeah, I did. What about it? What about it? I did it already. Has Mark been winning? Oh, he's been winning, kinda. I think he's playing Cyclops every day. I mean, every match. Oh, he's playing Cyclops ZD. Cyclops ZD Iron Fist. Oh, his rate's positive. Wait, no, it isn't. Wait, yes, it is. Actually, no, it isn't. Did you forget about it? No, I didn't forget about it. I did it. I would've been really bad if I didn't do it. Do people not ban Cyclops? People do. He's just hovering it. So only the enemy team is banning it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Somebody help me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Ain't going nowhere. And I gambit. Change the song. They announced Persona 6. Yeah, they announced P6.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
Oh, I didn't pick a character.
You don't have to be a witch to...
Those who...
My order is sharp.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I don't even know what I even want to play, man.
Round 1, go!
We offense? Oh, we are.
Day and night, No monster's getting the best of me.
Wait, I have an idea.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I'm opening TikTok again.
There you go.
I have an idea. Yo, look at my FPS at 300 plus. All right, it's just about to plummet to like 200.
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps.
Is that 100? Oh, I was about to
Really
say.
gets my blood pumping.
Leave it be? No, I cannot give up, bro. Lock in?
The battle starts in 5.
I can't let it go, bro. Lock in.
3, 2.
We're not quitting.
You have to stop them from securing the mission
I have an idea. Oh, my FPS is. I'm at 100. Holy fuck. Okay. The Cyclops, it is. What is it? Leave it be. Nope. Lock in. We're not quitters. Wait, where do you throw him? Team is literally a poke slop. Okay, I'm not getting healed. There's a Jeff sitting inside of a wall, like glitching through it, healing.
Hell yeah.
The FPS tank. Hey, bro, let me cook.
As good as new.
Look up behind you.
Hell yeah.
Exit stage left.
Slice him down. Open season.
Sheesh.
Found my weak spot.
Yeah, I got that guy killed.
Better stop that vehicle.
Wow. Their entire team is just poke. Okay. Oh, no, you have a Spider-Man. Oh, that's the new Groot skin. This skin's pretty cool. Both our healers are dead. Wow.
Boom, one shot. Gotta make it. I was born ready. Back in the game.
Better stop that vehicle.
You might be back? What do you mean? No, my FPS is still low. It's still open. I have frame gen on, so my FPS is probably like 115 instead of like the 200 plus. I'm not fighting that, guys. Yeah, fucking hell. He held that for that long. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke. God damn it. It was a joke, man.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Damn it, my dash didn't come out.
Back in the game.
Oh, this Punisher is so annoying, bro. He just keeps shooting me. It's semi-watchable? What's semi-watchable? Yeah, I'll close it. I'll just do it later.
I was born ready.
Oh, back over 300 FPS.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
That was a no-rag. Oh my goodness. I clicked his head. I got a no-rag. Can they fix the no-rags on the gun?
As good as new.
At least if they're not gonna buff it? Like, holy shit.
Hell yeah.
That was okay. I teleported through the wall. That, like, okay. Like, whatever, bro. I just rubber banded through the wall and almost died. Oh my god, this is a bodyguard Punisher, bro. Oh my god, he never plays close to the front line ever. He never plays close to the front line. My character doesn't kill fast enough for me to...
You're getting like... deep.
Let's combo ults. Brute.
Yeah.
Oh my lordy, how frustrating is this?
I was born ready.
I might just switch the characters. I literally can't play anything when do anything with Blade here. I'm just getting shot at. I can't even play. Like, just Punisher's just shooting me over and over and over. It's actually so unplayable.
This is real firepower!
Oh my god, bro. It's one of those games, bro. Like, I literally, like, if I try and, like, brawl at all, Punisher's just shooting the fuck out of me. Just shotgunning me. If I dive, Punisher's just sitting back there. Oh, what a boring ass match, bro.
I'm the Punisher.
Go second time.
The higher the pressure,
Match is so
the more
boring.
dazzling the diamond.
Match is so boring, bro.
The White Queen always gets what she wants, at any cost.
So, okay.
What did he say?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hit scan, no skill. That's a funny name.
It must be hard fighting to protect a world that hates and fears you.
I imagine it's equally.
Their melee has long range. Longer range than I thought.
How so?
They want us to make mistakes. And when we do, everyone is watching. And they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Dr. Doom tore everything apart. I want to be a part of putting it back together. A little help, please.
I was fine.
I like the color.
Oh, I almost died. That guy got cooked. Not gonna lie.
Suppose that helped.
Chris getting fucked.
What am I? Invisible?
recruit is getting fucked. God damn. Oh my god, they are fondling this guy, bro. God damn, bro. Holy shit, he's getting farmed. Like, actually, I've seen him die like twice in a row by getting pulled by Spider-Man. Oh my god, the Spider-Man just pulls him and he just gets deleted. Ow. Oh, he's one. He wants surrender. Oh no.
Judge, jury, executioner! This is real firepower!
Oh, he just played Dino? This is a Punisher. You can't just play Dino, it's a Punisher.
You can't be rid of me so easily.
This one just freaking surrendered.
So much power. Time to use.
Oh my god, I got lasered.
I could go for a pick-me-up.
What am I? Assess the world!
Oh, that's so low. Oh, I couldn't grab him. Let's go.
Got my eye on some unwelcome guests.
You might want to look over here.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Crack the whip. There they go.
I'm back. And now there's Hellfire.
Yo, this game is so bad. This game is unbelievably bad, bro. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This game is so bad. I literally put the wall up and I still get grabbed. It just teleports me. This game stinks, yo.
This queen's reign isn't over. I was fine. Thank
You clip get deleted. What? Oh, did you delete it?
I'm back. And now there's Hellfire to pay.
Mental domination! Only 60 seconds left.
Now I got you.
Someone scratch my back.
Green Goblin? Goblin was cool.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
This game stinks, bro.
Us against the world!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Down to 30 seconds.
Holy shit, my team's getting fondled.
Mental domination! Get that vehicle moving again!
Every dose of it. That match was hilarious. I can't lie.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Because I don't know what we're supposed to do, bro. Because why the fuck did that still pull me? Because why the fuck did that still pull me, bro? In no universe should that still pull me. This game is not good, bro. This game isn't good, bro. I literally put the wall up and I still get fucking pulled. Well, even if I still get pulled, the wall should break it, which it did, but it just teleported me. How does this character? Oh my fucking god, bro! The guillotine, like actually though, like oh my god, jumper cables now, like get him gone. Get him fucking gone, bro. Delete him. Delete him. The guillotine. Delete him. Delete him. No reason to nurse, but delete him, bro. I got the Yahoo guy again. From the other day.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my
That's actually so silly, bro.
Now,
I can't fucking believe that.
from this match?
I can't fucking believe that. That was so fucking stupid. That was so fucking stupid, bro. Bro, whatever, bro. When I pull someone, they get stuck on a rock. Like, y'all Spider-Man players should eat shit, bro. Like wait till a real Spider-Man joins the game, bro. Holy fuck, bro. Not that fraud, bro. That J. Jonah Jameson was right. I tell you this every time,
like
bro.
A reasonable bet.
I tell you this every time, bro. J. Jonah Jameson was right, bro.
37, you. Very nice. Very.
I fucked up.
This guy playing on open mic.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
Miguel, bro. Miguel O'Hara go crazy. Oh my god, if they let me play Miguel O'Hara, that shit would go crazy.
Since I've been off, I've literally.
Why am I hearing Kai? This guy's playing on open mic.
Whoever is not, I literally fear. If you act like your ass getting accepted and you did it, your ass not coming.
Bro, you know your mic on, right?
Your ass not coming. I literally. Everybody been quiet.
Son, you don't care. Yeah, I'm gonna test something on TikTok. The stream's gonna lag. The stream, it will lag. It will lag.
30 seconds before you attack.
It will lag.
You foolish mortal.
Are we dead ass right now?
I feel it too, Clint.
I'm so dead ass.
Like I know deep inside that I can trust you.
The stream will lag. Give me a second.
I'm glad it's not just me.
Even if you're not my Hawkeye, I'm still glad you're here.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
It's gonna be a good match.
Can we get another support, please?
1.
That's what I'm saying,
All you
man.
need to do is capture
Oh,
this
fuck
area.
me, bro.
There's always a spark of light in darkness.
Delete that message, Infer. What message? Too much work for me to delete it.
Anyone willing to help?
You know how to fix packet loss issue? Get better internet?
Hurry, yeah, wait, come on.
Get better internet? Yeah, alright, bro.
They're more pimp than us.
Come to me.
An opportunity for combat.
How refreshing.
I am very hard.
Hey, save me, please.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Lag spike? Yeah, I said it's gonna lag.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Double KO.
Force to play support. Yep.
My time to shine. Help get that vehicle to
What
its
the fuck am I
destination.
listening to? This is even my playlist. Holy shit, it's lagging like crazy. That's pretty bad.
I'm hurt. Feeling fantastic. I'll get you next time.
My time to shine.
Poking over.
Us against the world.
Wow.
Judge! Jury!
Us against the world. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Well, Punisher doesn't have his ult anymore.
PC is dying or PC is dying?
And stay down.
Just keep going.
See them? Right there. I was worried.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I'm gonna ult next. Okay, Luna.
Battlefield's ready again. This is real firepower!
Lights out.
My time to shine.
A little help, please.
I'm doing this my way!
Thanks so much.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Fuckers need to get out of my way.
A nice deep freeze.
Enemy target located.
Love it.
I'm good to go.
Lights out.
Ooh, that guy got clapped.
Armed and dangerous!
My time to shine.
That one hurts. A nice deep freeze.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
We're running 3 main healers. Oh lordy. Like Ultron.
Us against the world.
Almost about out.
Us against the world.
My
This is evil. Running triple healer. This is so evil.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You got your Star-Lord blinded so much. You're just second nature. Yeah, pretty much.
That one hurts. Thanks so much. I suck.
Yeah, Luna can DPS a little bit, I guess, since we're triple.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Name will let into those words will have my nightmares. Love those light daggers. Dark Force close too. That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Yeah, he got beamed, I can't lie.
I'll get you next time. Just keep focused, Spider Zero. We've got you.
This is real dangerous! Again!
Does cloak give debuff on you? Yeah, it makes you take more damage and it blinds you.
Wow, for the row. Don't you put me out.
Locked and loaded, just need a target.
I was worried.
I suck.
I'm gonna ult first. There's a venom in the back.
No way. Oh my god, that almost hit me.
Sorry, you were
So close.
Yeah, I know.
There's a venom on me.
Dude.
My time to shine. Thanks so much.
I don't even know them all. It's this is a cornball ass comp, I must say. We're running a cornball ass comp. This is so fucking evil, bro. This is a cornball ass comp we're running.
3, 2, 0.
This shit easy mode. This shit is easy mode, bro. What the fuck is this, bro?
The right heroes could make all
None of us is dying, bro. There's just too much healing getting passed around.
We are hope and fear.
Dance partner?
And dagger.
Nah, it's not better than this one.
Dagger.
Triple sport with 3 main healers. Let me cook.
Same with me.
Let me cook. Did that Celestial back? No, I was Celestial earlier this stream. I lost it. No, bad games. Next stream you losing it?
Stay strong.
An alliance between Krakoa and Kunlun might be wise at this juncture.
The 7 capital cities of heaven kind of have their own thing going right now.
We welcomed you to our paradise. Should we not expect
It's
the same
open,
hospitality?
walking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Okay.
1. Thanks so much. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Battlefield, Singapore.
Anyone
I feel like myself again.
You got far in. You got 2.
I'm trying to help.
Fall back, bro. Fall back, fall back.
Nah, if this is lurking. Where Luna at?
Lights out.
Damn, he headshot me. Oh man.
Still here.
No, we got triple healer. It's not that bad. See, that's the thing about triple healer. You can't just get a pick and walk up because they still have 2 healers. It's so silly.
You owe me one.
Look over there. Enemy target located.
I was worried. Anyone willing to help?
A cat.
Help. All right, Ty. Now we freeze with a nice deep freeze. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger. Another hit for Luna Snow.
Almost about out.
A boom of life.
This day, Captain.
Nice. $230. What? Oh.
There they are.
This is slop, bro. This is the easiest one I've gotten all day. Not to jinx it, but goddamn, bro. This is a slop ass comp.
That's much better. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
I'm good to go.
Or a dagger.
What's up? Buddy's AFK. Damn. What happened? He's acting like a 6-year-old. I just want to play soccer, but I'm stuck on heels. But my mouse is duct taped down, holding M1.
Armed and dangerous.
There's a DPS rocket behind us. That's okay, damage boost, damage boost, damage boost. Oh, they close ulted, they close ulted.
Us against the world.
They have no support ults after this pun pun.
Do that cringe bag.
GG's.
Well earned. Well earned. Well earned. Well earned.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Okay. Or their Spidey. Freelo. That was Freelo. Freelo. I'm gonna put this to now. Oh, does a cloak and dagger skin have one? Oh, it does. Cool. Ammo. What does that have a legendary? Oh wait, she does. That legendary is ugly. I don't like that legendary shows. The skin is loud as hell. Today's the 15th, right? So the 19th we get New social map, Hellfire Bay Beach.
Today?
The E-daters are up. They're about to go crazy at the beach. New event, Rival Summer Festival. New event, Express Juice. What the fuck is Express Juice?
My order is sharp. My mind.
How's Express Juice?
Now,
Black Panther Storm, head over heels emote. I'm on Doctor Strange. Black Widow and Daredevil. What a skin. Lady Loki, White Fox, and Captain America. People keep saying, "What? Where's the Loki beach skin?" He already has one. He already has one. That's what they did Lady Loki this time. Well, technically, he has two now. Where's Lady Loki's? Or what? Posture check. Rat boy, man. I'm just swagging the sauce, yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? Oh. That was Batman with a shotgun. What the hell is this? What version of Batman is this? The song command, I changed the song command to current song.
This is all so much bigger than me.
So that if song request is on, it'll tell you it.
30 seconds before you
Oh wait, the problem with that is that, oh shit, I gotta switch it back because the song request is on. It's gonna give 2 songs.
daggers are formed from pure light force energy.
Oh god, I gotta switch it back.
Purify whatever they touch.
Those would be quite
I didn't think about that part.
the demons in my homeland.
Let's hope they're just as useful here.
That's gonna overlap. And then you have to guess which one. I'll put it back. I'll put it back after this match.
3, 2, 1.
We have demons to slay. What are we waiting for?
Unless y'all don't want me to change it back. I don't know. That's up to you guys. I don't care.
Now the void. Correct was injured.
Oh, they have the Yahoo guy. This is a good album. Yeah. My body, yeah.
We must push forward if we hope to prevail.
Sayonara.
Oh nah, I know your wrist hate you. What the fuck was that? Either you play on some crazy high sends or your wrist. Ooh, I can feel that. Yeah, he getting carpal tunnel. Yeah, he getting carpal tunnel.
Out of sight.
Your life was your mind. We must push forward if we hope to prevail.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Wow, I got frozen. That's whack.
Anyone willing to help? That's much better.
I'm back. Sayonara. Step aside.
Oh, they all died. Gotta wait. For so long. Gotta wait for the game. Was that October?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Out of sight.
Snap off the light. You're mine.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, you trolling me, bro.
I've lost control.
Whatever if you want to.
Hunt continues.
What if you think will impact the game the most? Nerfing Gambit's ult. Nerfing Gambit's ult. Reworking it or something? Someone clearly likes that ult a lot on the dev team though, so they refuse to like just, I don't know, rework it or gut it. Like, I don't even know how nano boosting the entire team is balanced, but all right. Holy fuck.
Behold the god of thunder!
As I expected. You're mine. Let's accelerate this vehicle's progress.
He tried to kidnap me.
Us against the world.
Oh my god, why Fox ult sucks, bro. That ult is so ass, bro. I mean, her base kit is really, really strong. Damn! The ultimate Terra Cape. Damn, yeah, she stole MVP off that. She was Terra Cape like 3 of us, we all died to it. Oh my god. Jeez.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, did he actually get? Oh no, that's not good. What fuck is the skin? Mine? What's wrong with my skin? What's wrong with the skin? What do you mean? Never seen this one?
Down to 30 seconds. I am ready to
I'm so lost. What's wrong with the skin? Yeah.
Behold the god of thunder!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
That's close. Life. Bro, that bar is crazy. What I'm making a day, what they making a life is crazy. Loki, you're so weird. Oh. Oh my god, are you serious?
1, 2,
Bro.
0.
Bro.
Time to switch
Bro.
things up, including which side you're on.
Oh my
Right heroes
goodness.
could make all the difference.
Oh my goodness, bro.
My mind is sharper.
Okay, buddy, whatever.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
I got his face rearranged. What the hell are you talking about? I was playing the song again. Whatever, I don't care.
And yet so strange. Out of sight.
It'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
God, dude, how annoying.
You look at me as if you know me.
My time.
Lose my mind.
I've been seeking others like me.
And once we are done here, I will gladly take you to them, my dear. Krakoa would be delighted.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It seems we have company. Perfect angle! A threat against Krakoa, a threat against all mutants. We shall not abide.
What a difference.
Raise the light. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
That beam is annoying, yo.
Farewell.
I just got ran down by a Cyclops. Son, this character is not.
I'm back. Sayonara.
What?
Step aside.
But today, I don't know, actually lie. Oh my god.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Where the fuck did he go? Did he just explode? Where'd he go? Holy shit. Yeah, this game is over.
My hunt continues.
They hit a checkpoint.
On triple healer.
Good time to stop them.
Oh no, baby Burke. Bro, still forcing Psylocke? What's wrong with Psylocke? What?
Better stop that vehicle.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, we're literally playing with one tank and they're on triple healer and shit too. And you're just randomly aggroing on Psylocke? How does that even make any sense? Like, he has one less kill than me. What is he saying? Bro, he's looking for someone to blame. I have one less kill than you. You're on Cyclops too, a ridiculously broken character right now.
I'm back. Mind, body, and soul.
Brother, you have one more kill than me. We're running one tank, and our one tank has 15 kills. Like, I don't know why you're randomly aggroed on me. Like, what? We're running one tank, and you're randomly aggroed on me. I don't know. What about the Punisher with 13 kills? Yeah, he's randomly aggroed on me. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, it's crazy. Bro says you're too smart. He has one more kill than me. You won. This shit is cursed, bro. This shit is cursed, bro. This shit is so cursed, bro. Like, what is he on? Let's try this. And with the DPS. Get it with him. If my so-called character is bad into this, why do I have one less kill than him? Like, what is he saying? Why is he not like looking at the Punisher that had what 13 kills or whatever? Maybe he's dueled with him. I don't fucking know. That's so weird. It's crazy aggro. Just the randomness of aggro. Like what? So weird.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Glenn con queso.
What do you say? I have no clue what he said. What comp we're running? Oh, we have no healers. Okay. No healers. No healers. No healers. No healers. If we're not gonna get a healer, then like, yeah, we should probably Red Dino. Ultra. Healers kill them before they kill you. That's facts, though. Hold on. That is true. You're not wrong.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, after the nerf, he kind of died. What about one of these? Yeah.
No one ever plays Cyclops until I start playing Cyclops. What does that even mean?
Mr. Fantastic, you guys.
What does that even mean? Brother took my Cyclops after I hovered it. These guys aren't real. Well, I'm definitely not playing healer, so I'm gonna take characters like that.
Get ready.
Use a Star Wars skin. I haven't been using this.
To the next. Story of my life. Science alone might not get us through this one.
Things must be dire if you're willing to factor magic as a possible solution.
Promise if
I'm willing to explore any advantages we have available, Steven.
Play support.
And it's a good thing I happen to have a few up my sleeve.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Knew I saw trouble. I Ashtor, there are baby wizards everywhere
Hey,
these days.
I'm right here. Remember?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Gotta get you to the master
There we go.
Danger! The Punisher's calling turret.
Whoa, what was that lag spike?
What the fuck you want?
So Nara bar. Wow, I got pushed. Holy shit, get off my balls.
Okay, I'm out. Good dog.
Oh my goodness, bro, I got frozen.
Throw one.
This is White Fox? Oh no, it's not White Fox. Just Luna.
Going back, going back.
I was worried.
I have all here for next fight. They're gonna have one off.
Did you see that?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Kite.
There's a Thor up here. I'm left alone. Thor. Thor on supports. Thor on supports.
I was looking for one of these. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Can ult here with our Star-Lord.
Time to make some lick.
Nothing here.
I am ready to put on a show.
That sucks.
Wrong
form,
nice.
wrong form.
Bind. Yep. Bind. He's one. Nice.
That sucks.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Good pick.
Appreciate it.
That was a really good Magneto, by the way.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
It was weird playing Star-Lord. I haven't played Star-Lord in a while.
That's the stuff.
Like Star-Lord. I'm keeping it on you. If you wanna dive.
Got my eye on someone welcome again.
Come on, flanking. Thor.
You know, some help would be
He's half. Thor in the back.
sweet moves, right?
Ooh. But yeah, I saw that lineup. That shit was clean. That character is crazy, bro. Like, if you get the ult landed, it just deletes people. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy, yo.
That's fun. You can eat that up. Help us change. Dead. Got flanked.
Dangerous! How many of them are there?
What's
Just
your...
what the doctor ordered.
That's a lot of ults.
Again!
Wow, I got one over there? I got two. Oh, we're on triple.
Can't eat that. Play safe.
Just wasted her ult, just ulted me for no reason.
Good pick.
Oh my god. Okay. Damn, he hit a headshot on me.
Let's try this again. I didn't know there was gonna be a concert.
Yeah, I gotta time out properly. Since they're running triple. My ults keep getting counter ulted. I can't be letting that happen. I gotta wait.
Fuck you on. I have ult here. Should love that.
Oh shit, that killed through? Did she switch forms? Oh no, I think it just... Damn! Oh my god, that got cleaned out.
Yeah, that's me too. I was wrong.
Thought we could think through that. Damn, you guys are right. That shit one-shots Luna ult. The second burst one-shots Luna ult, even with her blue life. Holy fuck. What a ult.
Think behind us, by the way. Think behind. Think still behind. Think can die. Nice.
Bro, who is on me like this? Damn.
Oh, Sean.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Open store. I have 12 kills. Damn, I'm playing like shit. Well, I'm not playing like shit. I'm just ulting at the wrong time. not tracking their ults properly. My ults are getting counter ults.
Armed and dangerous!
I must have all.
We're dying, so that's why I pressed it. Gotta buy as much time as possible. Oh man, that sucks. I can't get a single ult out.
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up.
When's Bruce
including which
banging
side
gameplay?
you're on.
Bruce banging? Who the fuck is that?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I don't even know who that is. Said Bruce banging. Is that what he meant? Banner? I don't like that character. I think that character's weak.
There's only one genuine certified star.
I don't like Hulk.
Okay.
You're looking at it.
The only thing I like about him is just Bubble. That's it.
Wait,
Other than that, I don't like the character.
Sweet.
That shit carries him hard. Because without that, that character would be buns.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
That character would be buns
Stay
without it.
strong.
Has your Tokyo always looked like this?
It's about FW.
Right, you're from the past. Is there like
Leave
electricity?
the door
in your
closed.
Tokyo? Yeah, but there isn't a giant spider web in the sky. Crazy.
Oh my god, every time I tap into my game, I get my lags.
The battle
Put this
starts in
open.
5, 4,
Because I have the TikTok thing open.
2, 1.
I appreciate that, FW.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Holy, they have so much shit skin.
Thank you. They have some to provide. Venom.
Time for some fireworks.
Should've ran away.
Let's try this
The
again.
cover was blown.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, did you see that?
Venom.
That's the stuff. Bumped and beautiful, baby. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Turn around, quick.
They've got us outnumbered. Oh, sweet moves, right? Does the Lord Icon do bonus damage? The team up now. Oh, here they come.
Better stop that vehicle.
Gonna go with that shit off bench.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I get frozen. Oh my god, how am I supposed to dive this? What? Okay. Just CC'd
We
me.
need triple support or we're gonna lose this.
It's fucking crazy.
Or just go triple tank. If we know if someone else knows tank, go triple tank.
We do triple tank.
Unlike some X-Men,
That is
I don't
cancer.
kill nothing on triple tank. Just do that and counter their enemy and that's it. They don't do enough damage to really kill us.
But it's amazing.
Better stop that vehicle.
suppose that helped.
I have ult here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Bumped and beautiful, baby.
It's done. Dead. I'm behind. I'm already back up. That's soon. But he's looking good. Venom back in the back line. Look at Venom.
Fuck. They died before I could ult, damn it. I was trying to buy time though, at least.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid. Priceless.
What the fuck?
There's still a chance to stop them.
Mind crush.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
DC, they have a DC. You would take advantage.
You deserve that, dear. I needed that more than I knew.
Disappear!
Oh, they have Venom on them, god damn it.
This queen's reign isn't over.
Oh my god, that Ultron's killing everybody.
Maelstrom has taken them.
Oh man. Oh, sucks.
1, 2, 2.
I didn't get to do shit that game. We got cooked. Fucking triple healer, bro. But oh no, it doesn't have a high win rate. That's what they said. That's annoying. I feel like shit, man. Gotta lock in. I got to lock in, bruh. Got to lock in.
This place is so familiar, and yet so strange.
Double kill!
You're mine. The enemy has arrived.
That's 3!
I'd argue triple dive beats triple healer. A lot of people don't know how to dive. We start knowing where it's an ultra flying in the damn sky. You gotta like, yeah, tell your team that, I guess. But we tried triple tank. We'll just do that when we can only. We don't know if that would work. Had to try something. We tried something else. It didn't work.
Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Phoenix? Okay. Chris said Blade is still mid. Did he? Oh, it's his stream title? Let me check. Oh, it is. I agree. I don't think Blade, like, I'm randomly hearing people say Blade is S tier. No, I don't. Nah. Yeah, y'all are overreacting. You guys overreacting. The Blade is S tier allegations is crazy. I don't think he's A either. I think he's still like CB. I don't know about no S tier. That's kind of crazy. Why did this guy just ban my character? I'm taking his. Okay, that's what he gets.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, dude just banned my fucking character.
All the difference.
What stopped me from throwing right now?
Stepping out of the shadows.
Like, what stopped me from throwing right now on Widow? Low key. Who I play? I play Blade. Play some Wade. Why is Super Noon's camera like that? Half his face not even in the damn thing. That's hilarious. You don't deserve that. You like, really don't. He was banning my fucking character. Like what?
Stepping out of the shadows.
I don't want to play.
My
Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
What happened? My fuck ass teammate banned my Cyclops. Like what? I got banned on my own teammate.
We have the #1 blade or what? Party's behind, be careful.
He's playing Daredevil. What was he banning Cyclops for anyway?
Open season. Slice and dice. Don't let them do this, baby. Kind of vulnerable.
What the fuck happened, Mike?
As good as
Guys behind. There's one. Fuck. Guys going behind again. Careful.
That sucks.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my, that's not good. That mag just got 3 people. How did a mag get 3 people? How do you get 3? 2, I can see that, but 3? Holy fucking dunk. 3 is insane. The dunk of doom.
Fuck ass boy.
I end up over here. Okay, whatever, I suppose. Uses cloaked and mag dunk. Terra cape. Oh, yikes.
Stop them in their tracks.
Yikes.
Like a Metacham? Oh my god. I didn't realize.
Tandy needs help. They found my weak spot.
You went thing?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh, an ammo now? Okay, that hurt.
Down to 30 seconds. Us against the world.
Oh, I should have went to the cloak and just ulted her, but I didn't have ult yet.
That was fun.
They counter picking it? No, it's the BP. Bro, ban my character and goes 3 and 2.
Going to overtime. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh my god. They have a Thing, Emma Frost, Scarlet Witch. Holy shit. That guy is 3 and 2. Why are y'all drafting this much anti-dive? Oh my goodness. He's 3 and 2.
How am I dead?
Yeah, that shit is dead.
Help our cloak, bro, please.
Can't help shit. What do you mean? I'm 1 HP.
Cloak, like, were you fighting the Spider-Man or something? Is that why you were close? Or like, wow, I should have gotten healed there. I would have survived. I would have killed them.
Finally,
brother.
Better stop that vehicle.
Snack time already? Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Slice and dice! Back in the game. Race us with victory!
I have an idea of how to make this TikTok thing not lag. I have an idea, but I can't do it till after stream.
Blade Infernasu, I've played against you before, brother. I already know you, bro. I already know you.
Stop them in their tracks.
I was over here, maybe?
Okay. I could have done a fat ult.
Only 60 seconds left.
That could have been a fat ult. Feel bad for Flash getting banned on TikTok. It happened to me. It happened to me last month. They banned you for like a week. The same shit happened to me. I appealed it. Insta decline. I put in a ticket in the Discord. I'm just waiting for them to respond. The app is so bad. It's like literally the worst app for streaming I've ever seen. They just don't do shit about it for some dumb reason. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't fix that shit.
I am ready to put on a show. Final 10 seconds.
1,000 gods!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Double kill. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Go, brother.
Oh my goodness.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need
Nice.
a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight.
What kind of thing Blaze 2 ground free dashes?
Spawn me.
Yeah, Thing doesn't really. I mean, sorta, but not really. I don't think Thing counters me like that because if I'm already at 10, he can't do shit. I'm just gonna keep slashing him and I'm just gonna heal like crazy.
Round 2, go!
Our fighters, the hell's that? What is that?
Before you attack, get ready.
I earned my name with every slice of cold
We
steel.
practically match.
This is haute couture, darling. Designed by Jumbo Carnation himself.
Roblox fighting game? Fuck
My
no.
costume just kind of came
Fuck
with my
no.
powers.
And I'm practically seething inside about how good it is.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Thought Blade can't lifesteal over health?
Avengers Tower lies ahead.
They fixed that. That was a bug. They fixed that ages ago.
Let's make this quick. Got that.
What the fuck?
Back in the game.
Who's here?
A little help, please.
I was born ready. As good as new. I had you covered. This side. I'm cutting in.
Bad choice, kid.
Got you covered.
Silver bullet. Here they are. Snack time already?
My man gone.
Oh, way I couldn't back.
Open season.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A little help, please.
The hunt is over. Back in the game.
Just embrace the light.
1,000 gods!
Against the world.
Oh my gosh, she almost died in that.
Cutting in.
Why are we using that?
My dish use
Never stood a chance. Slice and dice.
Train for this?
This gun is so bad, bro. This sweet spot shit is so annoying. Throwing up full loads into his freaking butt and that shit don't kill him. Like, what is that?
I have faith in you, Herbie. Don't make me regret it.
Are you dead ass, bro?
He got pumped.
This my way.
Back in the game.
I am ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous.
Anyone willing to help?
Yeah, it's no way. Not bubble.
So long. 1,000 gods! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Somebody's
Crash
always
ass
trying to
fighting,
hustle
dude.
uphill.
That's 3.
Boom, one shot.
Alright, GG.
Final score. 2-2.
Okay, carry blade, holy schmoly. Number 2 blade, let's go.
It's Goon Hours. Wait, what?
Victory. Big win.
We don't want to change this to. I'll just put a weapon on, I guess. I miss deadlock streams. Deadlock streams. What the? Okay. I need to download. I have an idea. I don't know if it's gonna work though. Okay, so you guys know how like you don't live stream to TikTok with OBS because it ruins discoverability? There's a rumor that well, it's not a rumor, it's a thing. TikTok has a partnership with OBS Streamlabs. With Streamlabs, they have a partnership. So I'm pretty sure it won't ruin discoverability if I use Streamlabs OBS.
Great
So I'm about to
effort.
download Streamlabs OBS and literally only stream to TikTok with it. I'm gonna try that and see if that lags me on this computer. Mina. You mean Mina? Bro said Nina. Oh nah.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
It's Fetty Wap, yeah.
Victory is in my sight.
Now,
I'm not gonna be
who am I gonna
messy.
banish from this match?
Ning Ning is the Maknae.
Wait, what'd you say?
I'm not gonna be messy.
I'm
But
not trying to be messy.
Ning Ning is the Maknae.
Which means she's the youngest, and the fact
am I
that she
listening
ate first
to?
is crazy.
The fact that she ate first is crazy. Now, I'm not trying to be messy. I'm not trying to be messy.
She's not trying to be messy.
How to stream TikTok. What the fuck? Bro, just give me the fucking tutorial. How do I do this? How do I stream to TikTok with OBS Live? Give me the damn... Oh, why is this so long?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Fuck. Take my Cyclops.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Run Streamlabs desktop. You coming home?
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
When you coming home?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Just give me the damn thing, bro. Go to Streamlabs. Download the desktop app.
It's nice to,
Log in.
I'm glad that you're... I was just about... Well, you know, Gene is, I have to go.
Somehow that was even more awkward than I expected.
I press login with TikTok.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Not my kind of venue. In space, no one can hear me sing.
Remember that protein thing I told you guys about? The protein powder that I bought? That shit was gross as fuck. That shit tasted horrible. That guy's good. Whoa! The fucking stage is fucking over. Oh, I teleported. Are you kidding me? Dynamite? Nah, I usually use Gorilla Mode Vanilla, but like they don't have that shit on Amazon anymore. I used that thing for months, and then all of a sudden it's just gone. They just took it off. So I tried some other random one because it had good reviews. That shit tasted horrible.
Clearly you needed some help.
Might go back to Ghost. I usually use Ghost. That's what I started with. But I don't like Ghost because they don't have like a regular vanilla flavor. I don't have like shit inside my protein powder because it makes the cup harder to clean. Does that make any sense?
I had you covered this time.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Import settings for a seamless setup.
Back in the game.
The area's almost yours.
time already?
I am ready to put on a show!
Stop the blade.
Going to overtime!
Ooh, W team. Last protein powder I used was GMC. Yeah, I used to buy this a lot. Ghost Chips Ahoy. This shit is fire, but I hate cleaning the fucking cup. This shit is fire.
I earn my name with every slice of cold.
This shit is fire though. I might just go back to it. Ghost is good. It is good.
30
I
seconds
tried
before you
their. I
attack.
tried this flavor. I tried what is their other flavor?
Hey,
hold on.
Want to know a little secret? Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps. Oh, really gets my blood pumping.
People have told me that
They had like a cereal. I think they had a.
take it literally. The battle starts in
I don't remember.
5,
They had a Cinnabon flavor.
3, 2.
This one, I had this one. This one's pretty good.
All you need to do is capture
Never
the
tried Cocoa
mission area.
Puffs.
Got it?
This is the cereal milk one. Oh wait, that's chocolate chip. Never had that one. I'll try that. I might just go back to that shit. 'Cause I don't like this one I have. I can't even finish it. Like I don't want to waste it, but I can't even finish it. That taste doesn't even taste edible. Like, if I'm working out, bro, my drink needs to be good, bro. Son, what the fuck?
Back in the game.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh my god, my ship does so much damage.
You got them all! The mission area is yours!
Yo, Diag Matter. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Choose your plan. You gotta pay to use Streamlabs OBS? What in the fuck? Who made this? Yeah, I'm out of ult. Walking. That sucks. You have to pay to multi-stream on that app. Holy shit. Who made this platform, bro?
Emma and Blade, I mean back.
Mission area. Keep going.
Sorry, Lynn, I tried to
Webcam.
get you, but I think like the anti-heal just like kicked in or something. I don't know.
Oh, virtual
It's okay.
As good as new.
Come on, let me heal you.
Oh, I just remember why this wouldn't work. Oh, this is a problem. That's a problem. I can't use my camera on 2 different devices at the same time. Wait, but I do it with
I'm ready to put on
TikTok,
a
so
show.
I don't know how it doesn't. Oh wait, no I don't. I use the virtual camera. Fuck! You can't use your camera on 2 different applications at the same time, but the way I do it to TikTok is that I basically cast it to TikTok Live Studio. I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna have to, oh no, that's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna have to use Streamlabs OBS permanently then, probably. I won't allow stream to TikTok. Fuck.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Oh wait, I have an idea. I'm gonna use the virtual camera. What I'm saying probably makes no sense to you guys, huh? I know what you're talking about? Okay. What is that? I probably sound real crazy right now, huh? Profile and Title 3. I'm in queue already. I had 3 finals? Okay. Alright. I mean, I don't know how that happened, but whatever. Remember the match earlier? I had 0 finals somehow? How the fuck did that happen? How does that even make any sense? Zero value blade? It looked like I was going crazy, huh? It looked like I was going crazy, huh? Set up your mic
Which
and
hero
webcam.
do you think you want to be today?
Or a virtual camera.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
It worked. Haha. It worked. My plan is working. Hold on. I'm cooking. What the fuck is this? Whoa, I have settings in here from 2020. The fuck is all this? What the? I didn't pick a character, god damn it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Bro, this is crazy. I have so much old settings in here.
I'm not a hero. I'm
what
the
do we need?
Punisher.
Bro, I don't feel like playing tank. Oh my god.
The hand. The higher the pressure.
Fuck. My fault for picking last.
Unlike some X-Men, I don't care who hates and fears me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Into battle once again, Emma. Keep your eyes open out there.
Oh, I will, Scott. And you try to keep your eyes off me.
This is time to focus, Emma, not flirt.
For you,
They have-
darling.
oh, wow.
I can multitask.
They have dialogue
Starts in
together?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't know they had dialogue interactions together. Emma and what's her name? Emma and Scott. What the fuck? You still get this Emma skin? Probably not. I don't know, but probably not.
You weren't invisible to me, Mrs. Morris.
Mental domination.
I could. Oh wait, I can't check. I don't know how I would check. I was gonna say I could check for you, but it's gonna show for me since I have the skin. Damn. Show you a real beam, boy. Wait. Wait, I might be fucked if I get into Streamer University. Because if I'm doing a subathon next month, I guess I just pause it? Or do I just do it while I'm there? I don't know. That's if I get in. That might fuck me over. If it's next month. If it's next month and I actually get in, I'd probably get fucked over by that. But I might have to just do it while I'm there. The summer subathon. This will be fun to do.
Some uninvited guests. Anyone willing to help?
Yeah, that did like no damage. Oh, I need to stop being in for place. I need to try out oh, what the fuck? Clip farming? Nah, I'm not all that. I'm not doing that. Strictly business for me, bro. Fuck. Like, in my control, you've never heard her thingy when she kills people?
Emma Frost never
Ted is the business, this guy. No, I'm not an IRL streamer, so I don't gotta do that. Even though it gets views up, that's not me. I'm not doing well. Oops.
30 seconds.
Fuck.
The final 10 seconds.
Unlucky.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
What? Once you log in, or the two screens.
Round 2, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Are you on West Coast? No, I'm East Coast. I just go live at demonic
I
hours.
proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
He's had a knack for making dramatic returns, Remy. Even before Krakoa.
You can say that again. Can't count how many times an X-Man has come back from the grave.
We've been lucky. But these days
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I just stream demonic hours.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. My account. That's why. TikTok account.
Invisible?
We got
Am I?
Next time, just leave it.
Oh, my stream is lagging. Fuck. Why is it lagging? Still lagging. There. My bad.
All they did
I
was
was
make
looking
me
at something.
angrier. That helped.
Final score 0-1.
Let me finish what I was doing.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Lost 20 for that? Damn. We got cooked. 2 games off eternity to GM1 in 1 day? Yo, what the fuck? My man going through it. Oh, no. Oh, no. But that's demonic. Oh, nah. How about that? That's crazy.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
So Kirby, what are you up to? I have to apply for a TikTok stream with OBS. I mean, with Streamlabs OBS. Okay, buddy. Like what? Wow, I'm mute on Discord. What was your username? I'll do it right now. You post something stupid, you're getting muted again. Actually, I'm probably just gonna ban you, but. Oops, I just checked the wrong Discord. There, you're unmuted.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Did it work? Oh, okay, it did work. But I'm not tanking again. Fucked up.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Fuck that. I'm not tanking again.
Round 1.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I am so glad that you're on my
Damn, I got a lot of work to do then. Fuck. I have to switch all of my shit to Streamlabs OBS if I want to do this TikTok shit. But first I gotta get approved.
You never get nerfed. So this
Live
should
stream
be
to
easy.
TikTok on OBS.
Don't know what that means, but everything should be chill. I hope. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Fellas better approve me.
I'm hurt. Anyone willing to help? How about I switch things up and make our opponents disappear? A nice deep freeze.
As good as new.
That symbol. It's the artist formerly known as Moon Knight.
You got no OBS isn't if you stream you can't use it regular OBS. Streamlabs OBS and regular OBS are two different things. TikTok has a partnership with Streamlabs OBS. I'm probably gonna try using that so the stream doesn't fucking lag while I'm streaming to TikTok. Because using TikTok Live Studio is ass, bro. That's just too laggy. Now I'm just gonna use Streamlabs OBS and live stream to YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok all from one platform. I would use my OBS to do that for TikTok, but discoverability is ass if you use regular OBS. Even though I don't like discoverability is horrible because they have a sponsorship with Streamlabs OBS, not normal OBS. So they want you to use either their app or the one they're partnered with. If you don't, your discoverability is like ass. Like they will literally, it like throttles your shit. Like it won't recommend you. You're basically shadow banned if you don't use their platform. To sum it up. If you don't use the app that they sponsor with or their app to stream, you're basically shadow banned. Brother, why am I getting one shot? What was that damage? Jesus Christ, my health bar. Yo, strange, this combo ults.
I got this. 1 second.
I don't think we can. Holy fuck, we're getting blasted. Back no more.
I had you covered this time. You might want to stay back in the game.
Oh, got it. Yeah, full stack strangey. I think I shot Bucky at the same time. What the fuck? Got it.
Only 60 seconds left. Disappear!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Wow. Fuck me, bro.
Final 10 seconds. No winner yet. Going to overtime. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Double KO. That's 3.
How'd you like that? Takes cold steel.
Prepare yourself.
Are they just blind? What do you mean? I mean, are they blind?
Back in the game.
Hope I make the cut.
The moon!
did he just? He did.
That was too easy.
Okay, I mean, I guess. Oh, you talking about how they're ignoring me? I mean, I'm doing too much damage. Like, oh yeah, I'm stacking that into you. Nope, not today. No, she's won. Oh my fucking god, rocket healer. Oh my god. Oh fuck, rocket healer. She would have died right there, but this rocket is just bouncing these balls everywhere. Oh, she was 1 HP, bro. I literally stacked it. She was at 72%. Fuck. Oh.
Silver bullet. Back in the game.
Down to 30 seconds.
Boom, one shot.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Heart is on. Slice and dice. The moon horn and sacred again.
Shields up. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Fucking hell, bro. Yeah, they're gonna do, like, they're gonna stop healing their teammates and focus me while I'm basically immortal since I'm slashing them. Like, they're gonna keep healing their teammates. That's why they're just ignoring me while I'm hitting the hell out of them, just farming auto off them. I mean, you really have to just pick. Like, it's up to you. Jesus Christ, they got ragdolled. They don't have a choice but to ignore me.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I mean, yeah, she can turn around and push me and offer, but like, I'm just gonna dash right back in. Like,
back in the game.
Only 60 seconds left.
oh, that sucks.
I'll tell you wait.
I was trying to help him get his stacks.
Next time. Slice and dice.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
That's good.
Down to 30 seconds.
I was about to say, what if I saw it? Aggro blitz for a minute.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Double KO. So close. This is your big chance.
Hope I make the cut.
What the fuck? Okay, that was weird.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Rocket like me? Was Emma not present? What you mean?
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
My agents have been keeping a close eye on you since you returned to action. You've made quite the impact.
Always do. Question is, are you gonna let me do my thing? Or stand in my way?
I assure you, I'm here to help, Mr. Brooks. Tiger Division only...
The battle starts in 5.
Whoops.
4, 3,
My bad.
2,
That's one of those times. That push felt like it took forever.
I've slayed hordes of vamps with a single sword, so this'll be easy.
Over here.
As good as new.
I got rope. Whoa. Oh my god, he got flung.
Let me guess. Your name or friends?
Ionic magic!
Tell your friends to stay in the water no more. Back in the game.
Enemy in front of us.
Character's injured. Mayday.
Our blade is throwing? Bro, I was responding to attacks, bro. My bad. Do I need to snap the anti here and kill her? I don't think I need to. I'm gonna do it on this girl. This guy just one pump me. Jesus. Yeah, aight, bro.
Better stop that vehicle.
What's up, Miss MX? Fortnite shotgun, literally, bro.
Invisible?
Ionic magic!
The fuck just pushed me?
This feels empty.
Oh, hell no. Bro, where did she go? She's won. Where did she go, bro? Oh my god, she jumped her team. She was 1 HP. Are you dead ass? I stacked the anti-team and everything. She was 1 HP, bro. Oh, you're so weird. Oh, I found you now. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You ain't going nowhere anymore. You ain't going nowhere anymore. Hold on. I like that. Hold on. That's what I be saying. When Invis jumps and blades hitting her, or spinning at least, it'll multi-hit. So like the damage will register while she's jumping and just end her invisibility. It's hilarious.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's kind of tech. It is tech.
Down to 30 seconds.
Back in the game.
The final 10 seconds.
I'm gonna use Invis first.
Fucking hell, bro. We're taking ages to ults.
The hunt is on.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Why Fox in the Punisher? Whew. I pray for your soul.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Just reset, let them kill me. It's all good.
Cast you back to the depths.
There's a loot icon.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
What the fuck is doing that much damage?
Judgment's coming.
We're down a lot.
Slice and dice.
Damn, where's this firepower coming from? 3 DPSs.
There's still a chance to stop
Bucky's pretty good. We have blue Bucky, yeah. Oh my goodness, yo. Oh my fucking. Oh. She went straight to me, bro. Oh. Oh my god, bro. The life of a Blade player, bro. I'm a fraud. They fucking love you, bro. I'll tell you that. God damn. She was looking for me. Jeez, bro. How annoying.
Enemy in front of us. This feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
As good as
Oh, we're so close to these ults. I don't know why we're still playing White Fox and the Punisher.
Oh, you got this one.
Us against the world. Final 10 seconds.
Oh my god, he died. Oh, that's game. Oh, nah, that's an execution. Nah, bro, you can't survive all that. Ain't no way you surviving that.
GG's.
Ain't no way. That's an execution.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Wait, what the fuck? That MVP always looked like that? Where was the background? I'm not tripping, right? That thing had no background. GG Jax. I'm not tripping, right? They used to have a background. I don't remember. I'm checking. It didn't have an MVP, I mean, a background on it. It was so weird. Where's Buggy? Am I blind? Oh, it's that time of night. Yeah, I'm blind as shit. Wait, I don't have the skin, so it won't pop up. Oh, wait, it's right here. Oh, wait, it doesn't. I could have sworn I had a background on it. He just stands there? Okay. Oh, this one has one, technically, kind of. The boss one? I like this one because the distorted again is so sick. Bought this one, I didn't even use it. don't need collected. You gotta do exclamation one current song. Oh wait, let me switch it back right now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I
All
gonna
right, let's switch
banish
it back.
from this match?
Cyclops might be Antichrist. Wait, what? What the hell happened to you? You, bro, just got farmed. Bro, probably got farmed. Bro got farmed. Goddamn. Oh shit. 11 minutes till quota. Hold on. 11 minutes till quota?
The right
We
heroes
find
can
out.
make all the difference. Round one,
Spilling
go!
blood to save the world. I
They'll be
love
coming
my
in 30
job.
seconds. Stay strong.
I was born
Oh man.
If we want to win, we'll have to stay sharp.
You know me, Summers. I'm as sharp as they come. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Usually I'd insist on calling the shots, Blade. But it's clear you're more suited to take point.
You
The
really
battle
cracking
starts in
jokes like
5,
Take
4,
point.
3,
The world is about
2,
to end.
1.
Here they come. As good as new.
Step up from
Another Emma, are you dead ass? And there's a Loki? What? And a what the fuck is this cup?
Over here. I can heal you.
Power beyond sight! Power beyond sight!
Back in the game.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, I'm dead, bro. Why is there a storm and an Emma behind me? Oh man.
Now I see it.
I'm sorry, Emma, but it had to be done.
How good is Blaze Patch? He's okay. He's still like honestly mid, yeah. It's not like crazy or nothing. Some people are overreacting though. That buff was not that massive to the point where he's S tier. That is just ridiculous. he just got what he got back. Literally, his ship was just back to doing what it was before, but it's just empty now.
You're lucky I was here. Cut me.
I'll patch you up.
He's playable though, yeah.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Still very easy to counter. Not really. The gun still sucks. Ult still sucks.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Disappear!
1,000 gods!
Beware behind you.
Whoa.
One shot. You're not in this alone. The hunt is on.
Every new character release up here where they were OP. Full session for you. Rogue? Not really. Not for Rogue. Other than, I guess, team up. But can't do that no more. Too much nerf.
Your powers are mine! You're welcome.
Disappear!
As good as me.
Oh my god, you're so annoying.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's what you get. That's what you get, bro. Iron Fist was cooking him in the back line.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Powerful spells require extraordinary patience.
They knock. Okay.
Down to 30 seconds.
Fuck me, bro.
1,000 gods!
Fuck is other guy up? Jesus Christ, y'all got blown up. Jesus Christ, when that, like, when you see that shit, oh my god, your teammate just lights the fuck out of them. They don't have time.
I'm opening a portal.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
The hunt is on. The moon!
Oh, you're fucking kidding me, bro. There's no way. But this isn't Jake Paul.
The moon haunts you! Hell yeah.
Bro just groans aggressively. Groans aggressively.
The current score
My man is crazy, bro.
2.
My man just groans aggressively.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Number 1 out of 8 blade mates. 8 blade mates. Like barely any. The ones I can name is like what? Me, Avenue, Chris. At least those are the only streamer ones, at least. You think of that's it.
Round 2.
Vamps gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The Sword of Dracula. That's a pretty impressive weapon you've got there.
Well, almost as legendary as a sword of Fushi. Want a trade, kid?
Couldn't even if I wanted to. That sword is a part of me now.
That's how I've felt about every blade I've ever held.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look who just showed up.
I'm an X-Man. Even those that hate him feel us.
Back in the game.
Slice and dice.
Wow, that was Phoenix.
I was born ready.
Yeah, you're so cool, bro.
The hunt is on. Taste cold steel. You're lucky I was here.
I guess.
The hunt's not over yet.
Son, I can't, like, man, oh man. Okay.
This is real firepower!
That Enterprise on front. The hunt is on.
Okay, I'm dead. Phoenix is gonna kill me again.
By
This
the
character does insane fucking damage, bro.
You're not in this alone.
1,000 gods!
We're just walking in the way.
1, 2, 0.
I don't care.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I need my cell back. Oh, did we get quota? Ooh, quota in 1 minute. Damn. Nice. W8 hours. W8 hours. W8 fucking hours, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory
play
is in my
Cyclops this match.
sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
One more hour, cause I say they didn't meet quota. Is that so? One more hour. Get 5. Get 5. You want one more hour? Get 5. How about that? I don't know about all that, bruh. I know about that 5 gifted though. Hold on. We got a sub goal to finish. I know about that 5 gifted. Oh, what is this?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
This. Okay. No, I lost my Cyclops. I was freaking tabbed out.
Fight
Damn
to
it.
end the darkness that spawned me.
Damn it. Play it again, I guess. Play it again, I guess. All good.
Round 1.
I earn my name with every slice of cold
They'll
steel.
be coming in 30 seconds.
Imagine
Stay
not
strong.
insta-locking Cyclops. Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
More than I have time
So the 2 people who didn't lock anything locked DPS?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Our next victims.
Been away from the battle for too long. It's nice to be back in
I was getting outgunned by me. Hold on.
Got a mech.
Oh, wait, shooting nothing. Yeah, I'm totally gonna want to Star Lord.
As good as new.
Like potentially the best DPS in the game right now. What? How did that whiff? Calls him a human host. That sucks. Go ahead and anti-heal myself. But I actually killed him.
Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
Will be destroyed. I'm dead, bro. This character is so broken right now. Oh man. Okay, like whatever, bro. What the fuck?
Looks like it's lights out. I was born ready. Back in the game.
Right, he gets 2 of those. Just quit on resets after he ults.
The hunt is on. Strange is here. I'm cutting in.
We lost. GG. That guy's a quitter.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Damn, they killed that strange killed 3 people. Oh man. I wish if you like blocked in front of your teammate, it would block for them. The strange ult. His blade, you know. But only blocks it for yourself. Because I got in front of her and blocked, that shit still hit her.
Taste cold steel. As good as new. You're lucky I was here.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I might have to just ult on his own. Oh, I couldn't kill her with it. This fucking blue walls, bro. Oh my god. Just can't, bro. Holy shit. What an annoying ass character, bro. Oh, great.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I was looking for one of these. Did you see that?
Behind you.
Tell me this guy doesn't know how to play Iron Fist. Tell me this guy does not Lord Iron Fist. Where he's playing? Yeah, it's working a doom or something. Yeah, this Iron Fist is smurfing. He's for sure smurfing. You telling me this is not Lord Iron Fist the way he's playing and fucking up my backline? And he knows Iron Fist tech too.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Clear group. He said, oh hell no. Iron Fist has tech. Iron Fist has hella tech. There's a lot of tech Iron Fist has. If you watch Icy, you know. Iron Fist is actually moving. Too close to killing this guy every time, bro. I'm getting baked.
Let's try this again.
Ult countered. Fucking gripped up.
Stop them in their tracks.
Oh, sweet move.
Try to hit the lab. See the score. Hold on. You try to hit the tab to see the score. This is the lab. I'm like, wait, what?
This is real firepower.
This guy's so fucking hard to hit.
Oh, sweet move, right?
Only 60 seconds left.
What are you up to this later night, Joy? I got one shot and holy shit. Yeah, this match is fried. I can't lie.
No stopping the Star Lord.
That reached me. Man.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, that sucks.
Final 10 seconds. No, there yet. Going to overtime.
That guy died yet? Holy fuck,
The
bro.
current score is 0.
I was losing in Rebels? Oh.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay, I'm playing Cyclops after this fucker took my damn Cyclops.
Round 2, go!
Why is he trying to surrender goal? Like we didn't just win the round. What?
My
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What is shark?
8 hours already? Yeah, that's my last one. Supposed to get that 5. I don't see 5. I'm out of here. I take the 5. I'm out of here.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We got a solo to finish, no?
Got it?
Please. I've been training for this since I was a teenager. That should make a difference.
he's mad. Why is he so fast? What is damaging me? Oh, it's speed? Really?
That should make a difference.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Perfect angle.
Wow, I got headshotted. I have 9 kills. Damn, I'm getting cooked.
We always come back. Propulsion beam.
Us against the world.
Stream is lagging. Oh, is it? Oh, fuck. I'll fix it in a second.
Perfect angle. Extreme force.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh.
Maximum impact. That should make a difference.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Right on target.
Double KO.
No contingency plans needed. Tacola is depending on us to deliver this.
Wow. I got headshotted. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't me that got headshotted.
We always come back.
White Fox did.
Force boost.
Tandy needs help.
Maximum impact.
Get that vehicle moving again.
That should make a difference.
Us against the world.
Oh, there goes one. Oh, that guy is actually so annoying. He's pulling right here.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
A worthy foe. Perfect angle. Punch it up. Perfect angle. All right. Stay down. Right on target.
Bro, this Iron Fist took the fucking point.
battle's not done. Neither am I. Right on target.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Punch it up! Thanks for
So
By the eye of Agamotto!
Propulsion beam! Punch it up! Maximum impact!
Nice.
final score.
Not a bad match.
2-2.
Will we come back? If only the guy just let me play my damn Cyclops, bro. The asshole took my character. Alrighty, chat. W fucking stream, chat. W fucking stream. Ooh, one more off promo. My shit back. Fuck that. Doesn't matter though. Give it to bitches. I didn't believe in my DPS. Me, they're horrible players. Bro, that motherfucker took my character, so I was just running it down. Like, how am I hover a character? He hovers at nothing, and then he takes my character. Yeah, you can eat shit. You can eat fucking shit, bro. Whatever we want, who cares? Anyways, I will catch you guys later. That is enough for me. I am done, bro. I am donezo. Sheesh. We'll be back tomorrow with some more. Might play other games as well. I don't think I'm gonna play only Rivals next stream, but we'll see. But I appreciate everybody being here this late at night. It is 4 a.m. But good time. Had a good time. All right, chat. See you guys. I'll catch you guys later. And sorry for the lag of the stream. I was testing a bunch of shit. I'll try and get that sorted before next stream, but no promises. This TikTok shit is driving me insane. All right, I'll catch y'all later.